For everyone who's tuning in, we're going to be starting at the top of the hour. Thank you. Jacqueline, I think you can let people into the space. We can start welcoming people. Welcome, everyone. We're going to get started at the top of the hour. And as we prepare ourselves, please be welcome to introduce yourself in the chat and where you're from. We'd love to know where you're tuning in from. And thanks so much for joining us. We'll start shortly. Welcoming everyone now to the assembly. We'll start at the top of the hour. So glad you could join us today. Please be welcome to put your name and your location in the chat. We'd love to know where you're from for those of you who are in the Zoom room with us. And we'll be starting shortly. And welcome to all of you who are listening on live stream. We're going to start really shortly, everyone. Welcome to the Global Women's Assembly for Climate Justice, giving people a chance right now to get onto the Zoom and get connected here. So we'll start shortly. Thank you. Wonderful to see people from all over the world, Spain, from different places in the US, from different countries in Africa. Really excited to see all of you. Thank you for joining us. Just giving it a few more minutes for people to get online and tuned in. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started today. Welcome everyone to the second day of the Global Women's Assembly for Climate Justice, Path to COP30 and Beyond. We're just so glad to have you here. We had an amazing day yesterday and we're looking forward to another one today. It's just such a critical time for all of us to be meeting. And I want to thank everyone for your patience so that we can do a little housekeeping to ensure that people are able to participate in different languages. So we're going to be starting with that little bit of housekeeping. So when someone is speaking in a language other than your own, please activate the Zoom interpretation by clicking on the interpretation globe in the lower right side of your screen and choosing the language in which you would like to listen. If you're connecting to Zoom through your phone, please touch the three dots at the bottom right corner of your screen where it says More and choose Language Interpretation. Choose the language in which you would like to listen and then touch Done. And if the interpreters would please kindly give instructions now in Spanish and then French and then Portuguese. Thank you so much for doing that, and we really appreciate the interpreters for helping us.
Muchas gracias. Tenemos interpretación disponible al español. Para escuchar la interpretación al español en una computadora, haga clic en el icono del globito, el globo terráqueo que está en la parte inferior de su pantalla, y seleccione español. No hay que silenciar el audio original. Luego, si usted se unió en un dispositivo móvil, busque el menú en la parte inferior de su aplicación de Zoom y en la extrema derecha haga clic en Más o More, luego en Interpretación, luego Español y Finalizado para que se guarden sus preferencias. Si alguien tiene problemas con la interpretación, estamos aquí para ayudar. Mi nombre es Megan, estoy aquí con mi colega María y pueden hacernos saber en el chat si necesitan apoyo con la interpretación. Adelante, gracias.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Gaëlle et j'assure avec Rachel l'interprétation en français pour cette semaine. L'interprétation est disponible en anglais, espagnol, français et portugais. Veillez à sélectionner le canal français pour accéder à l'interprétation. Si vous utilisez un ordinateur, vous pouvez cliquer sur l'icône en forme de globe qui dit interprétation dans la barre d'outils ci-dessous. Si vous utilisez l'application Zoom sur votre téléphone ou une tablette, cliquez sur les trois petits points ou plus, puis sur interprétation, puis français, puis terminer. L'interprétation n'est pas disponible sur les appareils Chromebook ou Linux. N'hésitez pas à intervenir en français, nous interpréterons vers l'anglais. Si vous rencontrez un problème avec l'interprétation, veuillez nous en faire part sur le chat. Merci de nous aider à créer cet espace multilingue et bonne session. I'll give the floor to my Portuguese colleagues.
Thank you.
Olá a todos os participantes, muito obrigada por estarem no nosso evento hoje. O evento acontecerá em 4 idiomas, em inglês, português, francês e espanhol. Para acessar a interpretação no idioma de sua preferência, no seu computador, na parte inferior da tela, você encontra o ícone do globo. Por favor, clique nesse ícone, escolha português e clique em concluído. Esse mesmo ícone você pode encontrar caso você esteja participando de um celular. É só na barra inferior do Zoom, você desliza para o lado e consegue encontrar os 3 pontinhos onde diz mais, e aí você encontra a função de interpretação. Caso você tenha algum problema, por favor, não hesite em escrever no chat, que eu e minha colega Patrícia, nós estamos abertas para ajudar. Muito obrigada. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We're really thankful to the interpreters for helping us to make sure that there's language access for the entire assembly. So yes, welcome everyone to the Global Women's Assembly for Climate Justice, Path to COP30 and Beyond. My name is Osprey Oriel Lake, and I'm the Executive Director of the Women's Earth and Climate Action Network, or WECAN, and I'm living on Coast Miwok lands in the San Francisco Bay Area in California. As we open the gathering, again, we just continue to welcome you to introduce yourself in the chat with your name and where you're from. It's really exciting to see people from literally all over the world. For those of you participating through various live streams, we welcome you from far and wide. And if you would like to hear all of the sessions in your preferred language and also participate in the live chat, please be welcome to join us in the Zoom room. And the registration link is on our website and across our social media channels. We are excited to learn from our opening day yesterday that so far there's been over 100,000 people tuning in and viewing the assembly across the live streams and Zoom. So we're really excited about that. We really want this message to go out to the world from all of these amazing leaders. And so with that, I also want to take a moment to not talk about logistics for a second, to really just acknowledge this very challenging time that we're all living in and welcome you to a space for us to be together and to support one another. Please know that WECAN is here for you and that you're not alone and that we send you our love and well-being. The Global Assembly is taking place during the second week of the climate talks in Bonn, Germany, where the continued struggle by our movements is underway, challenging governments to fight for climate justice, to end fossil fuels, the 1.5-degree guardrail, centering gender in the UNFCCC negotiations, climate finance, the just transition, and more. Our assembly is timed to create a bridge with the vital advocacy work at the UNFCCC. And yesterday we had some really prominent leaders who were in Bonn speaking on some of our panels, and we will continue to do so throughout the week. Before our first panel of the day, I want to remind everyone that as part of the assembly, we have released yesterday a powerful call to action to governments and financial institutions globally. We want them to hear from us. And this collectively written call to action will be delivered at the UN General Assembly in September and at COP30 in November. And you can see our call to action and our demands in the chat. And we also welcome you as organizations to sign on, because there's still time to sign on to, even though we did our first release yesterday, there's still time to sign on to the call to action for the release in September and the delivery at COP30. And our last announcement is that we are also soft launching a WhatsApp networking platform so that our conversations generated at the assembly can carry on into action going forward. The WhatsApp group is a place where you can connect with each other and share your climate justice related work, research, projects, campaigns, and find collaboration partners. And we're going to put that link into the chat. And so we really welcome you to join us so that we can continue to network beyond this time that we're together, and to be able to continue to expand our networks. So thank you for that. And we're going to get ready for our first panel. And I'm just looking to my team to make sure that all of the speakers are here with us. Could I get a signal from our crew? Just giving it a moment for our speakers to come for the first panel. Okay, so everyone, I will just wait a few moments here. Thank you. We're seeing people from Zambia joining us, people from Germany, people from Uganda, South Africa, Colombia. Amazing. Welcome, everyone. It's just so wonderful to have you here. Sri Lanka, Nigeria, India, Canada, Brazil, Zambia. Wow, wonderful. Just beautiful to see so many people. Belgium, across the US. Mozambique, DR Congo, Washington. Welcome, everyone. Okay, so looking for my team to let me know when everyone has joined, and we'll go ahead and start with the first panel. Guyana, Mexico, Belarus. Okay, we'll go ahead and get started. Thank you, everyone, for your patience as we're getting all of our speakers into the panel session with us. Thank you. Okay, so we'll go ahead and give it just a few more minutes. From Cameroon, from Kenya, San Francisco, Paris, Chicago. Wonderful. Sweden, Ecuador. Nigeria, Gambia, Senegal. Wonderful to see you all. Okay, let me check one more time. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure all of our speakers were here. I want to welcome this esteemed group of leaders who are presenting on the first panel of the day, Global Voices for Climate Justice in a Time of Uncertainty, a really critical conversation. And I want to thank all of the presenters for your critical work and leadership. And we meet at a moment of profound crisis and possibility. The climate emergency, as we know, is not abstract. It's here and it's now. From raging wildfires and deadly floods to crop failures and forced displacement, communities, especially those least responsible for this crisis, are paying the highest price. We are living in a time of code red for humanity. And as we look towards COP30, we need to ask, how do we organize and act in this era of rising authoritarianism and corporate capture? Current government pledges put us on a path towards a catastrophic 2.7 C temperature rise by the end of the century. The trajectory is devastating. And as women, feminists, Indigenous peoples, youth, frontline communities, we really reject this path and reject a future built on fossil fuel expansion, exploitation, and exclusion. We know that this panel is just so important because we need to think about navigating the uncertainty of this moment and exploring how can we center equity, human rights, and justice. How do we push for a just transition that is ambitious, inclusive, and rooted in the leadership of those most impacted in this political landscape? How do we build the necessary pressure to stop new fossil fuel projects and secure real, accountable climate action? These are not technical questions. They are moral imperatives. And so this is really what we want to get at in this conversation is, from these leaders, how can we move forward in this moment and I'm really honored to introduce our panelists today. We're going to be hearing from Mary Robinson, the former president of Ireland, member of the Elders and co-founder of Project Dandelion in Ireland. We'll be hearing from Hindu Ibrahim, who is the coordinator of Indigenous Women and Peoples Association of Chad. She's also the co-chair of International Indigenous Peoples Forum on Climate Change from Chad. We'll be hearing from Rachel Kite, who is the UK Special Representative on Climate and Professor of Practice on Climate Policy from the University of Oxford from the United Kingdom. We'll be hearing from Alice de Moraes Amorim Vogas. She is the head of COP30 unit at the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change from Brazil. Then we'll be hearing from Susanna Muhammad, who is the former Minister of Environment and Sustainable Development of Colombia. And we are so honored to be with her during the UNCBD at the end of last year. We will be hearing from Flor Newman, Action Empowerment Unit Lead, ACE, Gender and Youth from the UNFCCC in Germany. And then finally, we'll be hearing from Cristiana Figueres, who is the former Executive Director of the UNFCCC and founding partner Global Optimism from Costa Rica. And so this is quite an amazing lineup of leaders, and we're so honored to be having you with us today. And we'll start by giving the floor to Mary Robinson. Thank you.
Warm greetings to you, dear Osprey, and to all at this WECAN Global Women's Assembly for Climate Justice, the path to COP30 and beyond. As you know, Osprey, I have a long association with WECAN. I remember when I established my foundation on climate justice, we were able to get delegate badges to get into the blue zone, and I made a point of always leaving the blue zone and finding out where WECAN were meeting. You invited me to those early meetings, and it was so interesting to see how you centered Indigenous women as being fundamental to understanding the climate and nature problem, fundamental to climate justice. And I did learn a lot from those early meetings, listening. And you also had some very good young people involved, and you persisted over the years. You and WECAN were a presence at New York City Climate Weeks. You were such a presence in particular at COPs. And remember, Osprey, there weren't too many of us that were talking about climate justice in those days. It was a little bit of a minority sport, if I could put it that way. But by persisting, by showing the relevance, by showing that it is a holistic approach, it brings together everything in a very important way of showing the intersectionality, the injustices, the layers of injustice, that the climate crisis affects the poorest countries and the poorest communities, the small island states and indigenous peoples much earlier and consistently much more severely, and yet they are not responsible. And then, of course, within that, the gender dimensions, that women often are not at the table. They don't have capital or training or resources, and yet they are the ones making their communities resilient. And then the intergenerational injustice, which young people, even school children, with our Fridays for Future, have been emphasizing. And the injustice to nature, which I think we're increasingly aware is an injustice to us all because we are nature. And that's the big lesson from the indigenous peoples worldwide. I'm so glad that we're now even more linked together with Project Dandelion. We're all dandelions. And I'm sure, Osprey, you felt, as I have, that it really makes a difference. I've noticed during Climate Week in New York or during COPs, women wearing the dandelion pin are all affirming each other. We're all growing our strength by recognizing how important it is to be together, to work together, to affirm each other, to lift each other. And I have enjoyed lifting WECAN because it so deserves to be fully recognized as being a pioneer in this area of climate justice, and always learning, always questioning and showing that we have to stay true to our values. And I think it's really important that we continue to grow that strength, grow it at COP30. We are going to have a global ethical stocktake in each region before COP30. I'll be involved in the European Global Stocktake on the 24th of June in Kew Garden. And I hope that will help to bring out the injustices and the ethical dimensions, the moral dimensions, and not just talking about economics and emissions and mitigation and adaptation and blah, 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 that we'll actually get to the heart of the injustices and the need for a new paradigm of how we go forward. And I think we can be guided, believe it or not, by human rights. I have been concerned that human rights have become very individualistic about the rights of individuals. But actually, there's a lovely part of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Article 29, the first sentence. And it isn't gender sensitive in the Universal Declaration, because that was 1948, when he was supposed to include she. But I use they instead. But listen to this. It's really something that affirms everything you're doing in WECAN. Everyone has duties to the community, in which alone they reach the free and full expression of their personality. So if you know you're part of a community, and if you do something in order to help that community to grow, you yourself reach your full potential. And I know you have reached your full potential, Osprey, in the enormous work and dedication you've given to WECAN over the years. So I look forward to us meeting during Climate Week in London. I know I can't be at your assembly, but I hope I have conveyed my sense of the importance of what you have built up with WECAN, that it is central to going forward, that we understand the importance of climate justice in tackling the climate and nature crisis, and that we have to have hope, and that women leaders together bring that hope, because hope is action, and that's what we're about. So all the best, and I look forward to seeing you in other spaces during the week. Thank you very much.
Well, we thank Mary for joining us. She is at Climate Week in London, so she sent us that really wonderful video of her today so we could hear her voice, and we really appreciate her comments. And also, I really appreciate her bringing forward the issue of human rights and how we can continue to utilize these international standards like the Declaration on Human Rights, Universal Declaration on Human Rights, to help us in our climate justice struggle. So we thank Mary for her work, her incredible work around the world, and for her comments and for highlighting this really essential point. And with that, we're going to hand the floor over to Hindu. Hindu, so glad to have you here with us. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Osprey, and hi everyone. It's really a great pleasure to talk to over all the wonderful women for this Assembly of Women for Climate Justice. I'm also joining you from the London Climate Week, where I will see Mary later, and I really hope I will see most of the wonderful women that are fighting for the climate justice there. So actually, I think in this world of uncertainty, in this world where we are seeing the injustice growing up around all the places, of course, the men are leading those injustices. And you can all agree with me, if they give that to the women, maybe we can lead more to the respect, to the living in harmony with the nature, living in harmony between each other, because women can understand as sisters, as mothers, as whatever wife, that we wanted to protect our communities in general. And this is also part of the justice. It's not only about the climate. Climate is our own planet. Climate is everything, from the city, from the rural area, from all the rest of the places. And we need peace to build our planet as a better place. And this is like what really come to me in mind when we talk about climate justice today. And that's also why I say like, okay, maybe if as women we come all together, yes, we can, because we can do that. We know how to do that. And we need just to be into the driving seat. We need to get into decision making. So I wanted to share with you as Indigenous women, and especially what Indigenous women are doing on the ground, that we can be proud and get that as a light at the end of the tunnel that can really lead us to a right places. So in my community, I just was very worried about what is happening around the world. And I'm like, is that making sense to go to London, to go to Bonn, where we have 2 days before to discuss the agenda, agree on it and move? Is that justice to my community? Just get the flight and travel there. Maybe I can stay home. And then I get a message from my team back home that's sending me a beautiful photos and videos of the tree that nursery we are doing are growing. They say Hindu, keep going. We are there. We are keeping the nursery to be good. Doesn't matter from the flood that we faced last year. Doesn't matter that the rainy season is coming right or not. We are there to keep our environment healthy. And we need your voice to be there and tell them we are acting. We are not sleeping. We are not just going there and being there. We are acting. They have to understand. Maybe we do not know when you travel what you are doing, with whom you are speaking. We are watching the photo of the people that we do not know, but we are acting, and we wanted you to take the message there and tell them that we are doing it. Imagine just so I get the press choosing if I go to Bonn or go to London, because I really choose to come to London. It's less than a week. And I get this message, and I get all the energy from all the women from the communities, all those Indigenous women just fighting back. So I think if we all come together, we can get this light and come to those spaces and tell them women are acting for real. And you, the rest of the world, you have to follow. You have to give us the space. So in the way to Belém, we just have 5 months, even it's not 6, because this month is ending already. And we have many places that we have to go and speak. Doesn't matter if we come in London, we have to go to New York, if of course the visa allow with all what is happening around the world. But if you get any opportunity as women, we have to go there. We have to be there and say it's not any government, it's not any politician, it's not anyone who can stop us by doing the work that we are doing as justice. We can do it, and we have to do it as collectively. We cannot do it individually. We have the pre-COP which is happening also in Brazil. We have to go there and tell them that what we want is not the talk. It's not getting stuck 2 days in the agenda to agree. We need you to act in your NDCs, to make it more ambition, to cut the emission, to let our communities live, to let our peoples really live in harmony with the nature. We have to tell them as women we can meet and have lunch, have breakfast, have dinner, and come up with a united voice. When we go to the negotiations, we look at each other and we know what we bring there. We don't have to tell them that, put the women there, but as women, we can backing up. We have to stand up and back up. Women stand for women, and let the man that understand we are united in this negotiation. We can make the just transitions equitable, just for the women, for Indigenous women, for Indigenous communities. We do not allow them to grab our land. We do not allow them to use the just transition on the name again of the greenwashing to become more rich and to give into the big companies, to create a justice where the countries like mine, like many countries in Africa who do not have access to water, to electricity, to use the just transition to get the access to the basic need, to restore the land. We can fight with them in the new program of the TFFF, the Tropical Forest Forever Facility, that to be not only 20% to the indigenous peoples, but more than 20%. And this revenue, if it's become a reality, go directly to the hand of the women, to the hand of those who are impacting and on the ground. So we need to tell them that from Belém, we have to make a work plan beyond Belém. By 2030, we have to make the climate to go down, decreasing on all the greenhouse gases, but not increasing. And I think I wanted to end by saying that as women, we can do it. We have to back up each other, and we have to ensure that we get sit in the tables, we get participations in an event that we have to make our voices. We have to get a direct access finance to make a real project on the ground happening for the real. And women can stand for women, and yes, we can do it all together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hindu. It's always fantastic to hear from you and really good to see you. Thank you for taking time. I know that you're on the road, as you said, speaking out, which we need to hear your voice. It's so important, your dedication. I've known Hindu for many years. I met her at a climate negotiation many years ago in Cancun, and just have watched her leadership rise, and just so proud of your leadership and so thankful for it. And just wanted to say, yesterday we had a discussion, talking about women's leadership, how at the last COP in Azerbaijan, of 78 world leaders that were there, only 8 of them were women. And, that's just like one stat. We could pull out so many, but we've got to get women into decision-making places, respected. And, all the reasons that we've talked about over the last day of why women's leadership is so essential, but it's being left out. So I'm really glad that you brought that forward. And yes, we need to be together. And with that, I would love to bring Rachel Kite into the conversation. If you came in late, Rachel, we've already done the introductions at the beginning. So I'm just handing the floor to you. And thank you so much for joining us.
Well, Osprey, thank you so much for inviting me to be with you today. And hello to everybody. Many of you that I know and many of you that I don't know yet. I'm speaking to you from my office in London. We're in the middle of London Climate Action Week. I'm sure there are other people here. I know Mary is here. And it's twice as big as it's ever been before. There's sort of 750 official events across the city on every possible topic of climate change, because as Hindu said, climate is everything and everything is climate. And I think there's a number of reasons why London Climate Week is big this year. I think uncertainty about the Climate Week that we would normally have around the United Nations General Assembly. Some people can't get into the country, has already been noted. It's not a safe space for many others. And there's a question about whether or not we would get the focus and the conversation that we really need. I think it's also, with COP30 being such a seminal moment, that halfway through the year, when we can clearly see that we're not on track, it's important for people to come together, to up each other's ambition, to check in on what's really happening, and how to drive that ambition forward, because, I mean, the news changes every morning, but also to find solidarity and succor and spirit from each other, because this is a long, hard slog. I just came from a meeting now where somebody was quoting Barack Obama, who always used to say, and I remember this, hard things are hard, the easy things have been done. And the hard things are hard, and that's what we're now grappling with at the beginning of a 10-year implementation agenda that the Brazilians hope to set forth at the next COP. I just want to make a few points which hold true for me in my current position as the UK's Special Representative for Climate, but were also true for me when I was working for multilateral finance, or for the UN, or for civil society and NGOs. First of all, is that we have to be able to hold two truths in our mind at the same time. First of all is that we are making progress. The second truth is that we're not making progress fast enough for enough of us. So we are at a point where we can see that a renewable energy revolution is underway. We can see that more investment is flowing into renewables than anything else, but also at the same time, we can see more investment going into fossil fuels. This doesn't mean that the analysis of what's going on in the energy revolution is wrong. It just means that the transition is at that particular moment in time. It doesn't mean that we should pull back. It doesn't mean that we should suddenly think that coal is going to be the solution again. What it means is that we need to double down on what's working. And as countries and communities want fast energy, they want energy now. They want energy now because they need it for prosperity, for growth, for development, but they also want energy now because they don't want to miss out on the next technological revolution, which is artificial intelligence, which is already here and driving energy demand in the north. And so still the quickest way to get energy is actually renewables, which means that we have to deal with trade regimes and finance and partnerships between countries and communities, and we have to deal with supply chains which are disrupted and blocked and dominated by some countries over others. And we've got to be able to do that while the clouds are gathering above our heads as the geopolitics become more and more complicated. But it doesn't mean that we revert to an old form of energy that didn't take care of everybody, certainly didn't take care of many women on low income. So can we be good enough, smart enough, clever enough to hold two truths in the same mind? I think that most women leaders, whether it be at the community level, city, country, or internationally, are able to do that. The second thing I want to say is, I think taking off a little bit of what Hindu was saying, we got to show up. You have to be in the room. You have to be outside the room. You have to be thinking ahead. We have to use the alliances that we've built over the last 20 or more years, and we have to be in solidarity with each other. If you sit in a room and something doesn't get said, then you have to say it. I was in a room at COP30 on adaptation, and I haven't been in many of those rooms because I've been focusing on finance and energy in the last few, but now as a representative of the UK government, I was sitting in an adaptation conversation. And I leaned over to Sinead Walsh, who is the Irish ambassador for climate, who's a long-standing colleague and a great asset to climate negotiations. And I said to her, I said, nobody's mentioned women once yet. And she said to me, no, they won't unless we do. And I think that's the point. We still have to, at these roots of systemic changes that we're dealing with, make sure that that systemic change is based on a different concept of equity and justice. And that means the woman's voice will have to be heard. And we will have to say it. And we will have to be the ones to raise the point again and again and again. And yes, you will be lonely sometimes. You will be the only woman in the room, the only Indigenous woman in the room, the only woman of colour in the room, but you will have to be the one to raise it. But when you come out of the room, you have a network like this that will support you. The third is finance. The finance is flowing, but it's not flowing enough. The finance is flowing in the wrong direction in many parts of the world. Debt service dwarfs the amount of finance that goes into countries through development or development assistance or other form flows. We also know that that finance is not flowing down to the people who really need it. The amounts of finance that are flowing into adaptation are far too few. We can't get carbon markets growing at scale yet, although I'm optimistic over the next 2 years that we can do that with integrity at the very heart of that. And that's a lot of what I'm doing here this week. And we have to deal with the fairness or the unfairness of the current system. And that's difficult to do when the boards of the multilateral development banks, the international financial architecture are now split. We have lost the consensus of what we're trying to do because of the stance of some powers. But it doesn't mean that it doesn't need to be done. And my Foreign Secretary, David Lammy, made a speech in September of last year at Kew Gardens, and you can look for it on YouTube, where he talked about putting climate and nature at the heart of UK foreign policy because, apart from many other things, including the fact that nature is at the heart of our productive economy, that we would be able to reset our relationships if we were to put nature and climate at the heart of our foreign policy. So that's my day job now. So the time for women has always been now, but now more than ever. It is getting complicated, it's getting hard, things are getting sticky, things that should be moving fast are moving slow, some things are moving in the wrong direction. But overall, there are more of us who believe that we need to act now radically in order to protect ourselves, our children, our families, our communities, than there are those who think that there is nothing that can be done. All of the polling shows that people believe that climate change is here, it's happening, it's having a negative impact on their lives, and that they could prosper more if they had cleaner air, cleaner water, affordable electricity bills and services that meet their needs. But they often feel that they're isolated and that not everybody feels the way they do. And yet we do. And so it is in networks like this where we come together and show the power of we we can, we the ones who know, we the peoples, as the UN Charter says, we are more than they, and we have science on our side. So from my humble role, helping the UK government connect as a pragmatic partner, I send you all my love and solidarity, and I look forward to seeing you in the months to come. We have much to do for each other and for ourselves. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, Rachel. So appreciate your leadership and seeing you in all these different leadership roles over the years. And just thank you for your dedication and your strength. I really appreciate you bringing forward the issue of Climate Week in the U.S. Since I'm in the U.S. and the very challenging situation that we're in. And I just wanted to comment that we were talking yesterday about how with the United States pulling out of the Paris Climate Agreement again with this current administration, that it's not just a policy failure, it's a moral failure at this point. It's a radical failure because of the signal it gives to the rest of the world and to polluters. So it's important in this assembly that we keep putting a spotlight on our geopolitical situation and be frank about that. And I just wanted to make a few other comments about, that you were talking about how important it is that we keep having women in these spaces and recognize the fact of women's leadership and gender diverse leaders. And we were noticing how during Bonn, there was the release of the agenda from the COP30 presidency that had left out gender commitments. And it's something that we're working on at the Women and Gender constituency and other spaces. But we need to keep pushing governments to keep remembering that focus. And then lastly, before we hand the floor over to Alice, is that you are such an incredible expert on the energy transition, and we don't need to get into it now, but just wanted to flag, because we are a climate justice space, how much we're working to not replicate the same extractive economy when we go to renewables. And I know you know a lot about that, but just wanted to mention that we're well aware that we need to make this transition, but how we do it and how we respect Indigenous rights and human rights and not continue the extractive, overconsumptive economy is also a part of that scenario. And I know that you know that, but just wanted to mention that, and we can have that in the discussion. And I would love to hand the floor over now to Alice, who has also already been introduced, and you have the floor. Thank you, Alice.
Thank you so much for the invitation to be here. It's a great pleasure. I'm actually here as well at the London Climate Action Week, trying to help spreading the word about COP30, and actually using our starting point and why to be talking about implementation, because inaction is not neutral, right? When we talk about climate justice, we talk about making choices, having intentionality about the choices, and framing the COP process and understanding that a lot of the decisions that must be made in order to tackle all the structural elements of our society, of our development models, they are outside the traditional UNFCCC and COP process. So we want to not to reinvent this process, but to reshape it, to make it much more fit for purpose for implementation. And this is something that requires different ways of creating space for mobilization, for the action agenda, for streamlining, focusing on what we need to focus. So you may have seen our last letter talking about all the four pillars that we have been talking about COPs. So we need to bring all this energy together with the segments of the heads of states, the negotiations themselves, the action agenda, and the mobilization all together to reach the most ambitious outcome. And what do we mean by ambition? It's of course about making sure that all these different groups are actually asking for more ambition in the new NDCs. We have very few NDCs, and we are in June when the deadline has already passed. If we don't have new NDCs by September, why do we need to have processes like this at the COP? These processes are domestically driven. They are not led by the COP alone. And we need the voices. We need to discuss the quality of those NDCs. We need to have the commitment also to make sure that the whole world understands that Paris is working, and as Rachel said, it's not as fast as bold as we need, but it is working. So we need to make it working. But how are we going to do it? So one of the call to action that we have been doing, it's actually taking different shapes and forms. The mutirão that you may have seen, it's actually a call to show collective leadership. We need, of course, decision makers to take the right decisions and to incorporate justice with intention in the target setting, in their prioritization to loss and damage, to adaptation, and so on. But we also need to understand that communities need to have the driving seat of this vision on how we're going to drive, how we're going to change the realities on the ground. So to connect this very local leadership that, for instance, we just saw here a couple of mayors coming in and actually expressing how much they have been advancing, regardless of the signals that the US federal administration have been putting forward, but that climate action is happening on the ground and will continue to happen because it makes sense in social terms, in economic terms, and it's something that it's actually reshaping the whole economy. So we need to make sure that everybody understands their role and their capacity to drive this reality. We are talking about a massive behavioral change if we really want to embrace justice into the quality of the low carbon development that we want to see in the world. So I just wanted to say by the end that I actually had the privilege to be with Mary Robinson and Minister Marina earlier today, exactly in that global ethical stocktake event that she described, which is actually a very provocative innovation that we want to bring to this process, which is to talk about ethics, to talk about values, to talk about moral issues as part of the COP process. So I want to invite you all, and you can, to have your own global ethical stocktakes. We are going to be working around the world and having different regional ethical stocktakes. We want to bring that into the process because in the end of the day, it's not about just getting the policies right. It's not about the technologies. It's not about the finance only, but it's also about values. And we need to bring that intentionally to the COP process. So I invite you all to learn more about it. It's in the COP30 website. We have more information. We're going to share more as we go. We just launched it today. And I would love to see at the African Climate Week, not only the London Climate Action Week, all these movements around action. We need to act fast, and we need to be bold, way beyond the COP process, because in the end of the day, we are talking about deeper structural decisions that will shape our present and our. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Alice, and especially I can see you're on the move at Climate Week, and I wondered if you are going to stay on for a discussion or if you have to leave, because I had a quick question, but if you need to leave, then I'll ask you now. Can you stay on or do you need to leave?
I still have 12 minutes.
Okay, I'll ask you a quick question now, if that's all right with you. In terms of the ethical stocktake, I'm wondering how you see that formally being interwoven into the actual negotiations, because we do see there being such a difficult, the negotiations are so difficult in terms of what actually is working. We talked at the introduction of this panel about the fact that right now governments have us leading toward 2.C degree rise in global temperature, right? So obviously that is a disastrous course. So how can we actually have the ethical stocktake start creating inroads to the phase out of fossil fuels, the actual negotiations to move us forward? And I'm wondering how you see that dynamic. And then the other thing I want to ask you is about what you can tell us about the COP presidency's commitment to really highlighting the gender action plan at this COP and the gender commitment. If you could just comment on those, and thank you presenters who haven't spoken yet, just to give us this moment to find out these things from Alice. Thank you, Alice.
No, thank you. I will start with the second question. So for those who have been involved, you may have seen that the COP presidency actually has proposed a gender event, and we even brought our highest gender representative with the Minister of Foreign Affairs to Bonn, which is something that it hasn't happened before, to really show the centrality of the gap discussions and negotiations there. So one of the elements that we got, so this is definitely a priority, but one of the gaps that we are seeing and that we know, we understand the criticism on, for instance, on the action agenda and the lack of explicit gender action points, is that we need to mainstream that in all different elements of the action agenda, right? So this is, of course, it shouldn't be a trade-off, and we understand that we need to be as explicit as we can in all the individuals and all the groups that we want to highlight. But we also need to be very practical, and we need to shape all the different fronts that are out there. So the invitation for that is to actually come in and join the process of shaping up the action agenda in all the 30 objectives that we put forward. So in discussing transitioning away from fossil fuels, what are the gender lenses that we need to bring into that discussion? When we are talking about forest conservation and protection, how can we make sure that when the solutions that are proposed, they have a strong gender lens out there? When we talk about education and green skills development, how can we bring that with the gender lens? So this is the invitation to shape that process. We want to make it as inclusive as we can. And not only that, we want to lead and reflecting the will, the political will of the society. On the global ethical stocktake, so this idea is to have actually a summary of the different global ethical stocktakes events that are going to happen in each region. They will not be only like small events that we can organize ourselves along with Secretary General Guterres and President Lula and different focal points in the region. But we want to make sure that the voices of the people of the region can be heard from now until the lane and not only hindered. So for that, I mean, to bring this energy into the negotiation room, to be seen, to be heard, it's something that has to happen every single day. And that's the spirit of the global ethical stocktake. So we want to break the way it's shaping up. It's actually bringing culture, bringing poetry, bringing philosophy, bringing faith leaders, bringing different narratives and ways of approaching the challenges of implementing the GST, as you have seen, the global stocktake, which is something that countries have already agreed in Dubai at COP28, but we still don't have a clear pathway to implement that. So there will be different opportunities to engage, but those voices, I mean, COPs are not meant to be, or they're not designed to be, let's say, very open. They're difficult for those who don't follow, who can't be physically there. We want to change that to help give a bit of our contribution to think about COP as a process and not as a conference alone, and give this opportunity in the different regions and with different forms and shapes and languages. So that's a bit of the legacy we want to bring with the Global Ethical Stocktake. The idea is to have those events throughout August and September. So yeah, keep an eye on that. We're going to share more information.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Alice, for your leadership, taking time with us, and for answering all of those questions. Thank you so much. We really appreciate your time, and we know you have a lot of work to do between now and COP30, and we hope you have all the support you need for that work. Thank you so much. I'd love to hand the floor now to Susanna Mohammed. And Susanna, we have introduced you before if you weren't on earlier, but welcome. So glad to see you.
Thank you so much. It's really, really amazing to be here. Thanks for this effort. I love the idea of Global Women's Assembly. I think we should assemble more. There is a theater play from the Greek times, from Aristophanes, that is called Women Assembly. And it's about what happened if women were at the assembly in the agora in Greek times. And I think it's so modern and important. because we have to gather from our experiences and energy as we are approaching this amazing intersection in time, where for the first time we're going to be having a COP30 in the Amazon. I think there is a perfect juncture that speaks about the relationship between ancient cultures, nature, and climate. But climate, I will start calling it the civilization change. The climate problem is a capitalist problem, it's an economic problem, it is a power struggle. That's what is at the center of the climate issue. Climate is not something outside us. This transformation of the climate has to do, as you all know, with the type of economic system and the system that is being fueled by fossil fuels. But that system at the structure has a power struggle. And what I see from the COP process is that we talk about shifting the emissions. Even last time in COP28, we were able to speak about shifting away, transitioning away from fossil fuels. But that's no near enough of what is required. Because what is required is actually a whole system change. And that means going at the heart of the economic system and its power structure. We don't discuss in COPs about this. And we think that the paradigm behind it is that if we make all our best effort, and especially at national level, we will be able to bring emissions down. But we don't put the elephant in the room at the center. And that elephant in the room is that the current structure is not shifting and is actually getting worse. It's getting so worse that it's not even now respecting the multilateral system. It's going through the process of direct action through war. So how do we tackle this in the current COP process? What should be the shift in Belém as we move forward towards a decade, the half of the decade, which is critical to be able to balance somehow the climate? I think the reality is that we will need to acknowledge that by having the COP in the Amazon, we have to put forward the non-proliferation of fossil fuels at the forefront. And this means that the Amazon countries, including Colombia, should start committing to non-proliferation of fossil fuels in the Amazon. And the reality is that there is the intent and the capacity to do so. It is a total contradiction to have one of the key biomes in the world that sustain life right now, and at the same time make it a production site for fossil fuels. It is a total contradiction. And I think from civil society, activists, and from actually those that are trying to tackle the contradictions of the system is an issue that needs to be highlighted. The presidents from the Amazon countries are going to meet here in Bogota in August. This should be a discussion. Probably for COP30, there will not be a decision, but I think it's one of the angles of change, because non-proliferation in key biomes where actually ancient cultures, biodiversity, and what is sustaining life is critical should be one of our main flags. I would like to finish that a lot of my faith is actually in grassroots and community, and the capacity of mobilization from the bottom up, because it is really the consumption and production system and these inequalities in the economic system that are at the center of the crisis. So from the citizen movement, from the mobilization, not only at the different scales, grassroots, cities, regions, nations, we need to push for dealing with the real problem. And our consumption and production patterns plus putting at the forefront the most vulnerable people, the voices of the people that are most vulnerable to climate change, should help us to get that click that is required to make climate not an abstract process where actually right now is depending in global finance and technology, but a lively process where people can take change into their hands, as it is already happening, but that requires much more empowerment. And the third element will be public investment. And then the geopolitics there require a shift of power. And this is not happening. While we discuss at COPs the requirement of this huge investment, other parties see that the next change will be another version of green capitalism, meaning, again, the logic of extraction from the south to be able to implement technologies in the north that we end up buying. This cannot be the next cycle because this will be the end of the process. What we need actually is a regime, a decision, a political decision that shifts this economic regime, and that politics takes, again, control over the decision making. We continue in the paradigm, even with a lot of the talks that we have at COP, that the market will solve this issue, and the market will not solve this issue. Change the economic regime, we're going to be able to affect the climate. Continue with the economic regime, even in its green version, the climate will not change, and the most vulnerable people in the planet are the ones to suffer.
Thank you so much, Susanna Mohammed. That was so beautifully said and powerfully said, and we completely agree with your analysis and really appreciate you speaking out about it. And I also wanted to thank you for your amazing leadership at the UNCBD at the end of last year and sharing this perspective throughout that entire process. It's very, very important what you're saying. And I just wanted to highlight that later on this week during this assembly, we will be having a group of parliamentarians speaking about the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty. And as you mentioned, it's just so important that we look beyond what the capacity of the Paris Climate Agreement is, which is to reduce carbon emissions, which is very critical. But as you said, we also need to look at the supply end, which means stopping fossil fuels. And so that non-proliferation treaty of fossil fuels is critical. We're going to be having a discussion about that. And I also very much appreciate that you brought forward systemic change because yes, the climate crisis, the biodiversity crisis is a result of how humans have been living with each other and the earth for a very long time and the inequities that go with that. And so if we don't have systems change, we're still going to perpetuate these systems of harm and inequities and injustices. And so one thing I'll end on and hand it over the floor over to Flor in a moment is that one of the things that I've really been touched by coming out of the global south, out of Latin America particularly, is the whole idea of buen vivir, living well, and the economy of living well, and these new economic frameworks, which I'm sure you can speak to in depth, looking at beyond growth, looking at the well-being economy. And buen vivir has been such a powerful philosophy and practice that we can learn from your region of the world. So thank you so much for your comments. And I'd like to hand the floor over to Flor Newman. Welcome.
Thank you, and thank you very much for the invitation to be here. I'm actually in Bonn at the subsidiary bodies session. It's so amazing to be joining this panel, and I'm humbled to have been invited. So I have the great privilege to support the multilateral process on climate change, where I'm responsible for 3 different but interconnected streams of work: on gender and climate change, on something called Action for Climate Empowerment, and on children and youth. And they are connected in many ways, but perhaps the most important is humanity. Each area is focused in different ways on how we ensure that all of humanity can understand and contribute to creating a future that values what matters. And as Susanna has just so eloquently elaborated, at its root, climate change is not an environmental issue per se. It is an economic and social issue that has environmental impacts. In the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, the parent treaty to the Paris Agreement, there is a reference to limiting anthropogenic emissions of greenhouse gases so as to avoid dangerous anthropogenic interference with the climate system. Very important aspect of that reference is anthropogenic, meaning created by people or caused by human activity. Yet, a problem that's created by humans can also be solved by humans. It's not a simple problem because at its root, we have an economic system that is built on the myth that we can simply ignore the source of all our wealth, that is functioning ecosystems, and to not adequately value the systems that enable people to thrive and ecosystems to flourish. These undervalued or invisible systems include the care economy, where the estimated monetary value, if you wanted to instrumentalize it, if the estimated monetary value of unpaid care work that is largely performed by women around the world is estimated to be as high as $11 trillion. And it is absolutely essential, that unpaid care work, for the functioning of our economies and societies. So I'm excited to share that right now in Bonn, Germany, governments and civil society organizations are for the first time thinking about and have put in writing the connection between the care economy and climate change as they begin developing a new gender action plan under the multilateral process. And for me, to Rachel's point earlier about progress, this is progress. It may not be fast enough, but it is absolutely progress. And a reason for hope. Likewise, they're exploring if and how to connect the work of women, environmental and human rights defenders into the action plan. Again, this is something that 5 years ago perhaps would not have even been brought into the conversation. Another aspect of what I do, this work on that's the sort of work on gender and climate change. The other area on action for climate empowerment is the name given to the work under the Convention and the Paris Agreement on climate education and public awareness, training, public access to information and participation. So public participation in climate policy and action, and international cooperation on all of those things. And when I first took over the responsibility for this work, I'm a lawyer by training, and I looked at how this article was placed in the convention. And it sits at Article 6, which comes before the creation of the governing body of the convention, so the Conference of the Parties. It was understood by the architects of the convention that in order for the systems change that it was needed, that was reflected in the convention about avoiding the dangerous anthropogenic interference with the climate system, that in order for that to happen, governments needed to invest in climate education and public awareness training. And this here was not just the training of scientists, but the training of lawyers and financiers and actuaries and anyone who was involved in the economic system, that public access to information and public participation would be essential in order for that systems change to happen. And that this couldn't be done by governments on their own, and that international cooperation would be needed. And this more recently, so that was 30 years ago, more recently, that was reflected in the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change's report, the latest assessment report, AR6, in which they stated that rapid, far-reaching and unprecedented changes are needed in all aspects of society to coexist with climate change, which is already happening, and avoid its worst consequences. And that the choices and actions implemented in this decade will have impacts now and for thousands of years. And so inclusive and effective social dialogue and stakeholder engagement that leaves no one behind is necessary when applying, when looking at how the work that's regulated under the Convention and the Paris Agreement. So nationally determined contribution, these things, these national climate plans, which are economy-wide climate plans, because the climate change is an economic issue that also has impacts on every aspect of society and economies. So these need to be economy-wide plans, and they need to be engaging the public and in development and implementation. But public, this is not unique to climate change, but and climate policy. Public engagement and empowerment is not necessarily a skill of all governments, and so this is an area that is looked at through what is known as the Glasgow Work Programme on ACE. One of their aspects is looking at how to improve public engagement and empowerment, and also climate education. So here, again, because climate is not only about climate science, climate education, and this it links to the comments about the ethical stock take. Climate education is about philosophy. It's about critical thinking. It's about civics engagement. It's about law. It's about understanding that you can't have growth on a financial growth on a world that is 3.5 degrees hotter. It's knowing that if you are providing financial advice, that advice needs to be taking into account the reality that the system that we live in is being changed by the choices that we've made around the use of fossil fuels. And I think this is, the point that Rachel made earlier about the ability to hold two truths. This is as much about climate education as anything else. This ability to be able to think critically and to be able to take on the challenge of understanding the systems change that's required. So, and the final aspect of what I do is to support the work on children and youth engagement in climate policy and action. And again, this links back to something that Mary said about human rights and community, and the need for the understanding that children, for instance, have the right to understand and know what's happening and to be engaged in different ways, met where they're at in climate policy and action. And that is a challenge that is really only just being acknowledged in the process, but is now being acknowledged in the process. So I would just end by saying that the urgency, scale, and complexity of what we need to do to address the climate crisis also means that we need to have networks like this one to be doing things differently, which means making sure that we have different people at the table who are making those decisions. And certainly one of my mantras at the moment is that we need to change the minds of decision makers, or we need to change the decision makers, and that we can do through public engagement and empowerment. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Flor, and thank you for all your incredible work. Flor has been at this a very long time and very, very dedicated inside the process, as you can hear. And we sort of view it as an ecosystem where we all need to be in different places, all moving towards a collective goal. And so we really acknowledge, Flor, the incredible work that you've done from inside the belly of the beast, really, and helping to push forward climate justice agendas, ensuring that gender commitments are made. You've really been such a force for that, that the youth, as you mentioned, and education are highlighted. So I just really wanted to thank you for the incredible work you've done to hold down the ground, if you will, in a difficult space, and do so with grace and commitment. Thank you so much, really, and for joining us. And now we're going to hand the floor over to Cristiana Figueiras.
Osprey and I were recently at an event whose leitmotif was the Japanese art of kintsugi, which is the art of repairing broken pottery by putting it back together, mending the cracks, but to do it with gold so that the cracks actually add to the beauty of the pottery. And I was really taken by this philosophy that I knew of, but all of a sudden it took on so much more meaning because we are living in a world of broken promises, of broken systems, of broken structures, of broken hearts. We're living in a world of total uncertainty where we have no idea what tomorrow is going to bring. We have no idea what we would be able to do in a world that we cannot predict. So I would just like to be inspired for a few minutes by kintsugi, because in a world in which we realize that we cannot control any external circumstances, we can never control them anyway. That is just a fact of life. But especially now, external circumstances are really happening so fast and so strange and with so much impact that there's no way that we can control or in fact even influence external circumstances. So in that world, what can we do? Is there anything that we can control? Is there anything that we can influence? Well, my sense is yes, we can control our own thoughts, our words, and our actions. And interestingly enough, as we develop that capacity to control our thoughts, words, and actions, we begin to have an influential effect on the external circumstances. So let me use kintsugi to explain this concept. When there is a piece of broken pottery, masters of kintsugi will not throw the pottery out, throw the ceramics. They will actually gather all the pieces with care and, dare I say, with love. Because they know that this can be brought together again in a different way, certainly in a different way, but that it can actually be greater, more whole, and more inspiring than the original pottery. That is the first lesson for me from kintsugi. Because what it tells us is that in the face of broken systems and broken hearts, we can actually choose what mindset we use to respond to the brokenness that is in front of us. If we assume that the brokenness is there to stay, then we've given in to that and we're not bringing anything additional to those external circumstances. If, however, our mindset is one of flexibility, adaptability, malleability, where we're not attached to a specific outcome, not attached to the particular original shape of the pottery, but rather we allow for a change state to emerge, which starts with a change state of being with ourselves and with others. And we begin to understand that all the brokenness that we see out there in the world is very painful. And at the same time, if we choose to, it can let in the light. We can see the opportunity in everything that we feel is a defeat. We can face defeats, but we cannot be defeated. Because if we have that capacity to be malleable, to be flexible, to pick up the pieces with love and with care, then we begin to understand that choosing our response mindfully is more important than the pieces that are in front of us, because the how becomes more important than the what. The how we respond to the external circumstances becomes much more important than the external circumstances. That is, for me, the first lesson from Kintsugi, and that is the mindset that Kintsugi masters always bring to their broken ceramic pieces. Second lesson that I take from Kintsugi is to turn to nature as being the source of so many lessons and so much wisdom. Why? Because in Kintsugi, the resin, the lacquer that is used to bring these pieces of ceramic together is actually the resin of the urushi tree, and predominantly found in East Asia. Here's the beauty of that resin. It is actually the resin that is produced for self-healing when the tree is damaged. What a lesson for life. So can we be inspired by that? Can we understand that when we're trying to bring our pieces together with care and with love, that we should do it in the urushi way? That we recognize that we have an inner vitality, an innate vitality that can lead to self-healing if we choose it and if we let it emerge. And that is actually the only way that we will be able to provide any healing energy for the broken pieces that lie at our feet. The third lesson that I derive from Kintsugi comes from the gold that they apply on top of the resin. And that gold for me is the gold that we have deep inside of us, the inner self-awareness, the self-knowledge, to be able to dig deep into ourselves, to understand that in the middle of a storm, the only anchor that we really, really have is ourselves. And that anchor is the anchor that we can always come back to, no matter how powerful the outside storm is. And then to be able, out of that anchor, to bring our embodied presence to the external circumstances. That embodied presence, anchored in self-awareness, is what actually changes the sense of the circumstances that we are dealing with. That is the power of authenticity. It is the power of vulnerability. It is the understanding that personal resilience is actually what is at the root of the planetary resilience that we are desiring and that we actually may work toward. The wisdom of starting with self-awareness and putting that really as our deep anchor is being increasingly recognized by many authorities. Of course, all ancient traditions, all Aboriginal knowledge traditions have always recognized this. It is only in the infinite wisdom of Western culture that we actually forgot that. But we are beginning to relearn that from Aboriginal wisdom to ancient wisdoms. We're beginning to understand. And I think Otto Sharma, the founder of the Presence Institute, puts it really beautiful. He says the success of an intervention depends on the interior condition of the intervener. It doesn't depend on all of the external circumstances. It depends on the interior condition of the intervener. That is the gold. That is the gold that we can bring to every broken circumstance that we are a part of. And here's the beauty of it. Nobody can rob us of that. That is the value add that we can bring to every circumstance, and that only depends on us, only depends on our capacity to self-reflect and to invite the emergence of the kind of wisdom that we know is needed in any circumstance.
Such powerful words from Christiana Figueres. We thank you so much for that reflection and really weaving this conversation, which we have been having throughout this assembly, of our interior world and what is happening in our exterior world, and who are we in this moment of time, and that this condition that we find ourselves in is completely related to who we are and how we've developed and structured our societies and our worldviews. And what I'd like to do, since we still have Hindu here and Susanna and Flor, in just the last moments we have for this panel, I would really love to hand the floor back to you, beginning with Hindu and then Susanna and then Flor. We just have like a few moments. If you could take a minute or two for any concluding remarks, we'd really love to hear from you after you've heard the full session. Hindu, you have the floor.
Sure, thank you very much. It's so great to hear from all the other women leaders, and thank you, Christiana, for the wisdom of all the knowledge, the ancient knowledge that really can guide us. So one thing that I have to again repeat, all together we can go very far. Alone we can go faster. That's what we say in African proverb. So all the women together backing each other, we can really go very, very far. And we need to show up. Doesn't matter that they try to tell us it's not working, but they cannot know until it's work. So we have to lead the way. And as women together, we can lead the way. And please, in anything that you are speaking, make sure that to highlight the indigenous peoples. We are not the victim. We are the solution. What we are bringing in the tables is a lot. And we know that from our communities. And Belém is going to be the COP in the home of indigenous peoples. Even if it's going to be difficult, we know logistic accommodation and many challenges, but it is going to be in indigenous people's place. We need you. We need you to be with us. We need you to stand up with us. We need you maybe for the first time. They can listen from us, all those leaders. So together as women, as indigenous peoples, we have to make it. We have no choice. Like I have no choice. My community, indigenous peoples, counting on me. So we have to do it. And I hope I can count on all of you. And thank you so much again for this wonderful, wonderful panel.
Thank you so much, Hindu. We thank you so much for your work and your leadership. And to be sure, we are standing with you. We will show up. We will be with you. We stand with you. And we thank you for your leadership always. And yes, indigenous peoples are a climate solution. It's so powerful to continue to reiterate that. And with that, I want to hand the floor over to Susanna Mohammed.
Thank you. Thanks for all the reflections. I have been also reading the chat. So I thanks all the women that are participating and putting their comments. I would like to highlight two aspects additional or in complementation to what I said. There was somebody in the chat called Arabella. She's actually pointing in very wise words what I was working to frame, and I think she said it better than I did. So actually, I like to acknowledge that and say that what we are seeing is a crisis by the system, by an economic system that is exploitative of people, exploitative of nature, exploitative of one culture over another. So colonialism, patriarchalism is at the heart of this process, and we keep going around trying to not see the power at the center of that. But how do we shift it? I think I agree with her that the first step is to name it as it is. And it's difficult because that puts people into danger. And that's why women, human rights, defending land, defending everywhere in the world, their livelihoods, their cultures that have been subjected to extractivism are in danger, are in life danger. I'm working here in Colombia from political perspective because I think this is a power struggle. So it is also in the realm of politics, but I agree also very much with the people that have talked in the chat. That is a cultural issue. A cultural issue, how do we create a culture not centered in the economic growth and fossil fuels? I will call it a carboculture, a culture of carbon. All our life are intersected by carbon and by fossil fuels. Everything we do in modern society, and not every culture, the mainstream, because there are cultures that are not dependent on this carbon culture. How do we shift it towards a bioculture, which is a culture where you put life at the center and life in a transcendent way? Life meaning the planet is alive and we depend on it. And I agree, indigenous peoples teach us that, but also one step beyond, as Christiana said, with the uncertainty, we cannot come back to paradise. Paradise has been destroyed. We're going forward to a very uncertain world. So what is the world in these conditions that we can create around bioculture? And I'm working politically in Colombia, how we can put a political platform on bioculture, and how will that transform Colombian economics, politics, inequality, regions, territories, with the participation of the diversity of people. I think diversity is another key word of this change, because this carboculture has taken us to become homogeneous, trying to destroy the different cultures we have on Earth, and that have taught us throughout millennia how to live in this planet from different ecosystems, regions, and has created diversity of culture. Diversity is at the center. I hope in COP30, diversity can be celebrated, but can also become part of the central discussions towards avenues and roads of change. So thank you so much for your reflection, for your participation in the chat, and for this very amazing discussion in this panel.
Thank you so much, Susanna. We really appreciate your leadership and your comments. And also, just to add on, and then we'll give the final word to Flor very briefly, is, I think we have to also name supremacy and the fact of this ideology of supremacy, whether that's supremacy of man over woman, supremacy over nature, people who are white being supremacist over others, and really dismantling these hierarchies is a part of dismantling the patriarchy, dismantling colonization, racism, and the capitalistic system. And so I think we need to continue to work on, since we talked about earlier, ethics and the values that we're living by. It is also dismantling this ideology of supremacy, which has been so harmful. And Flor, we just have a few seconds left. Please take us home.
Thank you. And not much more to add to that incredibly rich reflections, but really, I think there were two things. One is the need for us to tell the stories and to tell stories of both hope and what's possible, as well as the stories of what's happening in reality. And the other is the need for deep listening, that we are in a time when individualism has impacted our ability to be in community and to listen to each other. And I think listening is essential right now, and that can lead to understanding, and we need the difference that we need in everything that we're doing. We need to be doing everything differently. And in order to do that, we need to be listening to each other.
Thank you. That's very wise words, Flor. I want to thank all the panelists for this extraordinary session. It's been really rich, and we will continue to work together. As was said by Hindu, we are together. We need to be together. and we will continue to work together. So thank you so much for your time. And we're going to be introducing the next panel in just a moment. We have a short video we want to show as a sort of segue from this conversation to our next panel. So if you would go ahead and show that, Jacqueline. And again, thank you to all the presenters. Wonderful, powerful conversation. Thank you.
How will the future generation look back on us? Are they going to say that we were the healers? We were the warriors that stood up for them so that they may live.
In this time of colliding crises and failing infrastructures, worsening climate disasters, I do believe we have a time to act, to ensure a fast, fair, and equitable phase-out, and ensure a planet for current and future generations.
A recent report by the UN Environment Program found that governments still plan to produce more than double the amount of fossil fuels in 2030 than what would be consistent with limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees. Since the signing of the Paris Agreement, the world's 60 largest private banks have provided $5.5 trillion in financing to the fossil fuel industry. We cannot continue with these disastrous numbers.
The fossil fuel industry has hurt us for far too long, both in the terms of emissions, but also causing a lot of wars and militarization.
And when we talk about the impacts of oil and gas and why we need a phase out of oil and gas all across the globe, is because this is not just about the reduction of emissions at source. This is also about the reductions of the harms and the violence Indigenous peoples have felt on our lands and our bodies and our communities.
It's crystal clear. We need a concrete, binding plan to end the expansion of new coal, oil, and gas projects and manage a transition away from fossil fuels. Nation states are now calling for a fossil fuel treaty, an equitable and wind-down plan for how to manage the wind-down in a way that leaves no country or community behind.
Kick polluters out! Kick polluters out! Kick polluters out! Kick polluters out! No climate justice without human rights! No climate justice without human rights! No climate justice without human rights!
Nós, mulheres, precisamos continuar avançando juntas. E juntas estamos aqui também para apresentar soluções.
Whether it's on the front lines of resistance to fossil fuels, protecting and replanting forests, creating food sovereignty networks, or advocating for transformative climate policies, women are leading the way. It is code red for humanity, and we're drawing a red line to say no more to sacrifice people and no more to sacrifice zones.
We need to decolonize these spaces because, if the planet is still alive, it's because we, the women, are taking care of our lands.
The message is quite clear. Feminists, frontline activists, frontline women, Indigenous people have long had the solutions, are advocating for these year in, year out, and it is time we heed to their leadership because we have long run out of time.
E viemos fazer clamor. Não há possibilidade de barrar as mudanças climáticas sem considerar os territórios como solução número 1. Pela terra, pelas águas, pela floresta de pé, não podemos derramar sangue indígena no chão.
We're enacting things in the Ponca territory like the rights of nature because we know that we as human beings are not separate from nature. But at this moment, we are nature protecting itself.
Okay, good to see all of those faces at the climate talks, some of the amazing leaders who are always working there. And now I want to welcome our next group of leaders, incredible leaders who are going to be speaking to us about building a healthy and thriving future, food sovereignty. And thank you all for your essential work and leadership in this field. In many regions globally, women farmers feed the world and are central stewards of seeds and agricultural biodiversity. They hold vast knowledge and skill gleaned through their traditional roles as healers, cultural shapers, and caretakers of water and land. Around the world, women in all of their diversity are securing and growing food and medicinal herbs for their communities and supporting a sustainable path forward towards community resiliency during cascading crises of climate and colonization. And through their effort, they are working to preserve and propagate plant knowledge and developing community and local economies by returning to adaptive practices rooted in land and seed knowledge as we learn to navigate this time. I have the honor of introducing these remarkable leaders, and this will be the order that they're speaking in, and we're just so glad to have you here. Thank you for taking time with us. We're going to be hearing from Kahea Pacheco, who is Kanaka Oiwi, and she is the co-executive director of Women's Earth Alliance, and she's from Hawaii. Then we'll be hearing from Marianne Bassi Orowuji. She is deputy executive director of ERA, Friends of the Earth Nigeria, and coordinator Food Sovereignty Program, Friends of the Earth Nigeria and Africa. Then we'll be hearing from Monique Verdon from the Huma Nation, and we're very glad to have her as our WECAN Food Sovereignty Program Coordinator in the Gulf South from Turtle Island and the USA. Then we'll be hearing from Yaso Kanti Batachan, who is Tak Ali. She is Vice Chair of the National Indigenous Women's Forum and founding member and advisor of the National Indigenous Women's Federation from Nepal. And then we will be hearing from Wilma Mendoza, who is Mos Etten. She is the president of the National Confederation of Indigenous Women of Bolivia. So this is an incredible lineup of amazing leaders, and we're so honored to have you here. And with that, I'd love to hand the floor over to you, Kahea. Welcome.
Aloha mai, aloha aina kako, o Kahea Pacheco ko'ui noa no punamaiao makamokopuni o Hawaii nei. Hello, everyone. As Osprey shared, my name is Kahea Pacheco. I am Kanaka Wahine, a Native Hawaiian woman, and I'm a co-executive director at Women's Earth Alliance. I'm joining you today from the District of Puna on the eastern side of the island of Hawaii, which are my home territories. And I'm so honored to be here in this powerful assembly and with this incredible group of leaders, organizers, and movement builders. And thank you, Osprey, and the entire WECAN team, as always, for all you do. So we're gathering at a time when our world is being reshaped by fear and violence, climate disruptions, food insecurity, and the unraveling of systems that were never designed for us to begin with. But, you know, in the face of this, I believe deeply that the solutions we need already exist. They exist in our communities. They exist in the leadership of women, as that amazing video we just saw shared. And they exist in the seeds we choose to plant, both in the ground and in our movements and our communities. At Women's Earth Alliance, we work at the intersection of climate, gender, and grassroots leadership. So since 2006, we've partnered with more than 53,000 women leaders across 31 countries, reaching over 24 million people with community-based, life-saving, environmental and climate solutions. And food has always been at the heart of this work. For years, we've stood alongside seed savers, food justice activists, indigenous knowledge keepers, and traditional farmers who understand that food is not just nourishment. It's memory, it's culture, it's resistance, and it's power. And when grassroots women are at the helm of our foodways, food becomes medicine for healing and agency. our lands become once again our relatives and a place of regeneration and not exploitation. And communities begin to shift socially, economically, environmentally. And this is not a footnote in our larger movement for climate justice. It's a cornerstone, because we're not going to solve the climate crisis without transforming how we grow, how we share, and how we protect food. And we're not going to transform our food systems without women's leadership at the center of it. So I wanted to share just a couple of examples of what this has looked like in practice for Women's Earth Alliance. In Guerrero, Mexico, where communities are experiencing rising ocean temperatures and overfishing, WEA is partnering with Afrocaracolas, a collective of Afro-descendant fisherwomen, to launch a community-led tilapia aquaculture farm. And after months of securing land, mastering aquaculture techniques, monitoring water quality, and building critical infrastructure, this farm is now providing a sustainable food source for the community, creating new economic opportunities for local women, and reducing pressure on already stressed marine ecosystems. Because this is about food and, like all things, so much more. This farm is a site of power building. It's equipping Afro-Mexican women to play a bigger role in shaping local food systems, the local economy, and environmental decision-making. One of the leaders from Afrocaracolas told us, creating our own food source, not only for nourishment, but also for economic autonomy, and doing so in a way that commits to sustainability, is exactly what we need today to truly confront climate change. And that's the kind of change that women-led food sovereignty makes possible. We see it in the United States as well. When my friend Beth Roach, a member of the Nottoway Tribe of Virginia, joined Women's Earth Alliance's U.S. Grassroots Accelerator in 2019, her vision was to grow the Alliance of Native Seed Keepers, an organization she co-founded to preserve and share Indigenous seeds. And through this work, Beth and the Alliance aren't only safeguarding seeds, they are reviving songs and stories and growing methods and entire foodways that colonization tried to erase. Some of these seeds hadn't been grown in generations. Some of the seeds were gifted by elders who said, "I never thought I'd see this corn again." And with the tools and networks Beth gained during the program, she expanded the Alliance's online seed store, helping it reach more people, while continuing to distribute ceremonial and medicinal seeds freely. And then the pandemic hit, and Beth saw the impacts of the lack of food sovereignty in our Indigenous communities increase tenfold. And she thought, we need to grow more food. So she and her team jumped into action, sending Indigenous seed packets across the country to support home gardens and communities' food sovereignty efforts. Because, as Beth said, every time we send a seed out, we send love with it. And what's more hopeful than a seed that brings medicine and healing to us? And these women, Beth and the leaders of Afrocaracolas and so many others in our global network, they're leading by example. They already know what needs to be done. Because again, when food systems are rooted in the leadership of grassroots women, of Indigenous women, we grow more than just food. We grow sovereignty and resilience and thriving futures. So the question for us isn't whether women can lead this transformation. It's whether institutions, funders, and even our movements will follow the wisdom that we already know works. And our work, our collective work, all of our work, is to keep showing them, to keep planting and teaching and protecting and feeding and organizing, and remembering too. Remembering that every seed we save, every system we imagine, every meal we provide our families, that's the future we're working towards. So that's what I wanted to share today. Mahalo nui and aloha aina kako.
Thank you so much, Kahea, for those great words of wisdom. And I really love how you're really sharing with us. We've experienced also in our own work how, when we talk about food sovereignty and food security, it's such a broader conversation. It's about the food, but it's about culture and how we're living in community. And I really appreciated your pointing that out. And thank you for the beautiful work that you do at WEA. And we have put information in the chat about WEA and the beautiful work that the Women's Earth Alliance is doing. Thank you so much. And with that, I'd love to hand the floor to Marianne. Marianne?
Yeah, thank you so much. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you very well and see you very well.
Thank you. My name is Marianne Bassi. I'm from Environmental Rights Action, Friends of the Earth Nigeria. I'm the Deputy Executive Director. I also coordinate the Food Sovereignty Program for Nigeria and also for Friends of the Earth Africa. And I currently also coordinate the Land Working Group for our Alliance for Food Sovereignty in Africa, the biggest food network in the region. First of all, I want to say greetings to all my sisters here and allies. I am happy to be here, surrounded by such incredible power, extraordinary strength, brilliance, wisdom, my God, grace and leadership. When women unite, we spark each other's light, and together we move mountains, catalyze action, shape the future, and drive real transformative change. No wonder they say, when women gather, the world shifts a little and change happens. Now to my discourse today. Food is life. Food is dignity. Food is power. One of my mentors, Dr. Vandana Shiva, said, and I verily believe her 100%, he who controls your food controls your society, and he who controls your seeds controls life on earth. Thomas Sankara said, those who feed you control you. Food sovereignty means power, the power of choice in the hands of the people. Our local food is more than just nourishment. It's a vessel of history. It's community bonding and indigenous knowledge passed down from one generation to another. Preserving this heritage is an urgent necessity. Our children deserve to inherit a rich food tradition that promotes healthy pride and cultural continuity. We are what we eat, as we say in Nigeria. And in our campaigns, we say, what you eat must not eat you. If you come, for instance, to Nigeria and I say, I want to eat idikaikonsu, immediately you know that I'm from the south of this country. If I say I want to eat tuwo, you know I'm from the north. If I want to say I want to eat banga, you know I'm from the Niger Delta area, Delta State. If you say I want egusi, you immediately, or iwo, you know I'm from the west. Food is very important. It plays a critical role in our lives, from birth to death, marriages, just name it. So anything that threatens our food threatens the very fabric of our existence. If somebody or people or corporations or people decides to contaminate the food we eat, it's not just about a campaign, it's about a whole generation of our culture being wiped out. That is, for us, it's a battle for the survival of our food, of our seeds, of the knowledge handed down to us from our grandmothers, from our aunties, from generation onto generation. However, this knowledge, we know as it is being threatened. There is a systematic infiltration targeted at our local crops, staples, diets, which undermine the cultural value of our indigenous diets and risk creating a generational disconnection from our food roots, which invariably threatens our food sovereignty. If you remember, during COVID, it was predicted that Africans are going to die like droves. Somebody said it from way power, somebody way powerful said Africans are going, well, we didn't die because our food was medicine. The medicine was in the food. We had the least casualties in Africa. That is what food is healthy. When food is eaten in the right proportion with respect, the way we know it nourishes us, and it also medicines to our soul. But today, this food that we know is being threatened by the powers that be. Isn't it strange, in a world of abundance, Too many people, too many of our people go to bed hungry. People face hunger, malnutrition, toxic food environments, ecological collapse. My father, Comrade Nimo Bassi, paints this picture aptly in his poem, Mountains of Food, Oceans of Hunger. This is not an accident. Our food systems are threatened. It is corporately controlled, profit-driven, extractives, and it is harming our people, our planet, and our health. It's painful to note that our small-scale farmers are still the first victims of this industrial model of productions. Sad that the ones producing food can hardly live from the land anymore in our societies. At this point, and as we prepare to go to on the pathway to COP30 and beyond, we want to make this abundantly clear and say it loud to the corporations and multinational companies. You cannot tell our stories. You cannot tell our narratives without us in the room. Enough is enough. We will not back down. We will not be silenced. We will not look away. We are here. We are rising, and we are bringing the change, and we will tell our stories. We cannot allow the retrogressive messaging of industrial corporate bodies, agencies, and their local actors to continue unchallenged. We cannot continue to make chemical giants happy at our expense. It's time to advance common sense approach, which is food sovereignty. Well, it's not all doom from me. There is hope. The hope, a transformative solution exit. I'm not calling it alternative. I don't really like it when we say looking for alternative. There's not. This is the real deal. Food sovereignty to the rescue. This is how we will build healthy and thriving futures. It's the right, as we know, the right of our peoples, of communities to define their own food systems. It's about who controls land, seeds, food, and knowledge. It's about local control, not corporate control, not corporate control. It's about respect for the people who produce the food. 70% of the food we eat in this world is produced by small-scale farmers. It's about growing food in ways that nourish people and the planet. Agroecology, biodiversity, and it's about respect for our people, respect for our food. Do not poison my food. Do not tell me what to eat. It's about respect. It puts women, indigenous peoples, small-scale farmers, and communities at the center, not corporations, not corporations, not corporations. Why does this matter so urgently? Because the industrial food system is driving climate change, biodiversity collapse, land grabbing, unhealthy, toxic diets. Without food sovereignty, there can be no food justice. Without food sovereignty, there can be no climate justice. Without food sovereignty, there can be no health justice. Women grow more than 50% of the world's food. Women are the true seed savers, the knowledge holders, the custodians of our biodiversity. Yet, too often, women are denied land, excluded from decision-making, marginalized in policies. I want to say it clear. Building food sovereignty is a feminist work. It means dismantling the patriarchal and corporate power structures in food systems. Women must be in the front, at the back, and at the center in this struggle. So what must we do, even as we prepare to go to Brazil for COP30 and also for the 3rd Yeleni Forum in September in Sri Lanka? We must reclaim our local food systems from seed to plate, defend women's land rights. No land, no food sovereignty. Resist corporate capture. Resist corporate capture of our food, land, seeds, and governance. Promote agroecology for health, resilience, and life. Build strong alliances across women's movements, indigenous movements, farmers' movements, youth, and urban communities. As I begin to round up, I want to say this is the vision that we have. Food sovereignty is not just a dream. No, it is not a dream. It has been built and we're still building. It is built right now by women farmers, and indigenous people across the world. It's a radical, hopeful vision for food systems that nourishes our bodies, our cultures, and our planets. A thriving food system is not only possible, a thriving food system is not only, it is urgent. And as women, we must lead boldly. We are not guests at these tables of power. No, we are not. We are here to reshape them. And together, we will build a healthy, thriving future rooted in food sovereignty. We are here. We are many. We are ready. And we cannot be stopped. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marianne. Yes, so agree with you. We cannot be stopped. And thank you for your beautiful leadership and your work. And I also really love that you highlighted that these food systems you're talking about are not alternative food systems. They are the food system. The other corporate system and big agribusiness, that should be the alternative that didn't work. And I'm 100% with you there. And really, thank you for pointing that out. And the need that the rights to food, the rights to seed, the right to have land for growing food is core to how we're going to navigate the climate crisis. And I love everything that you said. And we so agree with the analysis that, again, it's about the system change. Even the United Nations has stated that when we look at food systems, that the small scale farming of organic farming actually is doing better than these big agribusiness operations. We know that, but now we need to move these powers that be out of the way so people can get on with the work at hand. So thank you for that. And I would like to now introduce Monique Verden from the Human Nation, but before she speaks, we're going to show a short video and then hand the floor to her. Thank you.
Apologies, Osprey. I need to come in. We're having some heat wave related technical issues for one of our logistical leads. So I just wanted to let you know that in the back end for the video playing and a recognition of all the different elements that we're all in right now.
Oh, thank you. And sorry to hear that. So does that mean we should not show the video?
Maybe we can show it right after, Monique,
Okay.
if that's okay.
All right. Great. And in fact, Monique, if it's all right with you, we just found out of another technical issue, which is that Wilma Mendoza is having some issues with her technology. So maybe she could talk next if that's all right with the other speakers, because we're not sure how long we're going to have her. So Wilma, if you're ready, we'd love to have you go forward. Thank you. You have the floor, Wilma.
¿Sí?
Sí,
¿Puedo?
yes.
Ah,
Yes. Perfect.
bueno. Primero que nada, saludar a cada uno de ustedes, a las panelistas, para hablar sobre este tema muy fundamental, muy importante para nosotras, como mujeres que somos las sembradoras de las semillas, ¿no? Y del conocimiento. Personalmente y como mujer indígena, para nosotras la seguridad alimentaria, hablar de la seguridad alimentaria es un derecho, ¿no? Tiene que ver con los derechos de las mujeres, de la sociedad, de los pueblos indígenas específicamente, ¿no? Por ende, pues para la mujer indígena específicamente, Mosetén, y para la mayor parte de las indígenas, la seguridad alimentaria es parte, digamos, es algo de nosotros propios, ¿no? La seguridad alimentaria es algo lo que tú siembras, lo que proteges, lo que tú cuidas, te alimentas de acuerdo a eso, ¿no? Para nosotros, tanto lo que siembras y lo que recoges de nuestro territorio, ¿no? Lo que nosotros tenemos, lo que protegemos, eso es seguridad alimentaria, ¿no? pero insegura estamos, ¿no? Cuando nosotras salimos ya a espacios más urbanos, más de ciudad, ya no conocemos la procedencia de lo que nos alimentamos, ¿no? Y la soberanía alimentaria tiene que ver mucho con esta política. Por ejemplo, cuando hablamos de soberanía alimentaria, ¿no? Tiene que ver con la implementación también del desarrollo adecuado propio de los pueblos indígenas en el marco de respeto, ¿no? A lo que no existe hoy. Nosotros siempre venimos diciendo y vamos haciendo incidencia en el tema del desarrollo, en la protección de nuestro territorio, un desarrollo sostenible, sustentable, equilibrado y recíproco, ¿no? Creo que eso es muy importante para nosotras. La seguridad alimentaria tiene que ver con eso, con lo que tú siembras, tú proteges, tú le cuidas, tú te sirves, ¿no? Pero también tiene que ver con lo que tú proteges dentro del territorio, para justamente también ejercer un derecho de respeto a nuestra madre naturaleza, ¿no? Entonces, lo que nosotras decimos siempre es muy recíproco mutuo entre lo que es la flora, ¿no? Tiene que ver con el equilibrio que también nos servimos, por eso protegemos tanto al agua, la tierra, somos muy agradecidas del agua, de los vientos, que es muy importante para propagar las semillas, ¿no? Tiene que ver mucho lo que es también la luz de nuestro sol. Y lamentablemente hoy en día, pues la crisis climática, esta emergencia de crisis climática que vivimos, hace de que todo esto, lo que practicábamos, lo que lo hacíamos, lastimosamente nos está vulnerando ese derecho propio, ¿no? Pero también nos hace vivir en un desequilibrio de nuestra madre naturaleza, ¿no? Y la inseguridad de poder garantizar nuestra alimentación por el tema mismo de que acá, por ejemplo, en Bolivia, se está haciendo como algo natural la pérdida de bosque por año por incendios forestales, ¿no? Entonces, eso hace, cuando entra a los territorios, hace un gran daño de pérdidas, ¿no? Que se ocasiona de tanto de las semillas propias como tanto de los nuestros animales, y que provoca lo que es el desequilibrio de nuestra madre naturaleza, ¿no? Entonces, como mujeres indígenas, nosotros llamamos a nuestras autoridades, a nuestros gobernantes, que nos escuchen en lo que es nuestra política de la forma de desarrollo sustentable que nosotros ofrecemos, que ofrecemos muchas alternativas que tenemos en nuestro territorio, ¿no? Podemos mencionar, por ejemplo, nosotros conocemos bastante para sacar la leche de majo, del azaí, el conocimiento de la medicina tradicional, nuestros break, como dicen afuera o en otro lugar, son a base de raíces, de hojas, nuestros matecitos, ¿no? Entonces, toda esa sabiduría queremos seguirlo practicando y no nos hagan adaptarnos constantemente a este otro modelo tan extractivo y tan monocultivo, ¿no? Porque la seguridad alimentaria tiene que ver con el desarrollo económico que promueven los estados, ¿no? Entonces, lo que nosotros les decimos a los estados y a esto, a este escenario también de las COPs, ¿no? Que deben generar políticas adecuadas y amigables a nuestro entorno, ¿no? Y respetar a nuestros territorios, como nosotros queremos desarrollarnos en este tema de la agricultura, del desarrollo productivo que tenemos, ¿no? Entonces, por mi parte, eso puedo mencionarlo sobre este tema de la seguridad alimentaria, y no solamente las autoridades competentes de generar políticas tengan que en el discurso hablar bien, poner en la agenda de país, colocar buenas teorías y no practicarlas, ¿no? Yo creo que es momento de hacer oratorias como lo hace, pero también ponerle en práctica y en acción en el marco del ejercicio de los derechos colectivos y en el marco del respeto mutuo que se debe tener. Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much, Wilma, and thank you so much for joining us from Bolivia and the incredible work that you're doing and leading. And I so resonate with your final comment around, we need these discussions, but we also need to be in action. And I know for a lot of my farming friends, when I visit, it's always about, put the tool in the hand, go out into the garden. We can talk and work at the same time. So thank you for bringing that forward and the need for that discussion with our governments about action in this field. Thank you so much. And with that, I'd love to now show the video we talked about and then hand the floor to Monique.
At the end of the Mississippi River, there is a place, the Shada, called Bolbuncha, place of many tongues, a place of many languages, known better as the global port city colonizers rebranded as New Orleans, where a crossroads of waterways provides access to sites of sacred trade, stewarded by the ancestors of these lands and waters. Generations have been weathering discrimination, land grabs, hurricanes, oil spill disasters, and the catastrophic side effects of man's manipulations, flooding our ways of life. Our intertribal alliance, Oklahina Ikish Holo, People of the Sacred Medicine Trail, is working to reestablish old trade routes and networks, adapting and co-designing paths for tradeways for the future, ways to exchange medicine, food, and skills to support biodiversity and sovereignty.
This is a really exciting project that is rising up like a shining light out of one of the most polluted areas in all of Turtle Island, of all of the United States, an area that has been called Cancer Alley because of how much fossil fuel pollution is in this part of the United States, and instead show a place of regeneration and healing led by Indigenous farmers who are building community, sharing stories of the land that are lifting up a very different vision of how we can move forward in this time of great transformation where we have a need to be able to live with each other in the land in a very different way.
We believe that it is crucial for us to protect and reclaim our relationships with our sacred homelands and waters in order to restore the natural balance, so the intelligence of the system can be respected for our communities to survive in deep collaboration with the nature, like our grandmothers before us, preparing for the unknown by putting our hands in the ground and our hearts into the work needed to strengthen decentralized systems of support, from mutual aid to intentional investment in building circular economies.
I think as we look at the multiple crises of the climate crisis and environmental degradation and colonization and environmental racism, that one of the most important things that we could be doing is to really support food sovereignty programs and food security, a way to really ensure cultural survival and cultural practices as we see storytelling taking place, and the story of the seeds and the story of the communities and all these different peoples that came together on these trade routes. When we talk about what we're going to do about the climate crisis, what are we going to do about colonization, what are we going to do about respecting Indigenous peoples and Indigenous peoples' rights, this is a response.
Our gardeners are on a journey together, collectively learning and sharing skills, hosting workshops on a spectrum of topics, from composting to multimedia storytelling to medicine making, seed harvesting, and more. The Oklahina Ikish Holo network of gardens connect us to each other, to traditional territories, to the places we call home, to the earth, and to the planetary work that is so urgently needed. But we know the plants carry the lessons to help us face the intersectional toxic challenges of injustices, tied to colonial practices, perpetuated by multinational petrochemical corporations fueling the climate crisis. We are Uma, Shata, Osage, Lakota, Muskogee, Eastern Siouan, Sichungu Lakota, and Creole, femme and non-binary gardeners, seeding and growing and building across the Gulf South to defend and protect and to restore our lands and waters in the Mississippi River Delta and within the ancestral territories of the Shata and Muskogee.
And it's one of the ways that we begin to really honor the call from Indigenous peoples for land back, for rematriation of the land. And the dream of this project is a 7th generation project that will go on for many, many generations. And the floor is yours, Monique. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you so much, Osprey. I'm super honored to be on this panel and have really been inspired by all the words that have been shared, and yeah, feeling emotional as we are all over the planet, and these are incredibly hard times for all the living beings. I'm here on the edge of the Atchafalaya Mississippi River Basin. I'm on the western edge, where the swamp meets the tall prairies that used to grow here, that I'm trying to help be a good steward and reseed. As we know, carbon sequestration does not only have to entail these dirty pipelines of carbon that are being pushed through territories and injecting dirty extracted materials beneath us, which is a false solution that has been on the table here in so-called South Louisiana. So I'm at the very end of the Mississippi River, and where I come from, my home is about 2.5 hours south of here in a place called St. Bernard, also known as Terre Gaillarde. Terre Gaillarde means land full of life. And I've been really leaning into that. Some people say that, you know, where I live is Cancer Alley, and that is because we have 200 plus facilities that line the Mississippi River banks from our state capital, which is called Baton Rouge or Itioma, all the way to the Gulf of Mexico, which of course is connected to all the oceans of the world. I recently learned that sea level rise is happening faster in the Gulf of Mexico because of the loop current, which is stalling out, but we're losing land here at one of the fastest rates on the planet. The statistic, which is maybe a little oversimplified, but easy for us to get our heads around what's really happening here, which is that every 90 minutes a football field is lost from our coast. And that a landmass the size of the state of Delaware, which is not a very big state, but it is a state, has been lost since the 1930s. And there's lots of reasons why, but just to think about how quickly our lives have adapted and changed, right, to technology, to being on Zoom, to putting gasoline in our cars, and that we haven't always lived this way. And one of the reasons why my homelands are called Cancer Alley is because we have all of these petrochemical facilities, which a number of them are producing petrochemical fertilizers, which are shipped upriver and all across the world and used in these monoculture farms. And then that runoff, which has tons of nitrogen in it, ends up in our water. And I just want to recognize that as important as having access to land is, we have to remember that our waters, that we are part of the water cycle ourselves, that we're carrying this water within us, that we need the water to be clean for us and for all the living beings, and for the climate to the ultimate equalizer of the climate is our oceans. So I know some of us are maybe further away from the oceans than others, but what the health of the ocean means to the health of all living beings. And so I'm really fascinated with being a person that comes from this in-between place. It's in between land and not really land at all, and lots of water sometimes, and salt and fresh, and how these are the most vulnerable places. And they're the places that have the most biodiversity. And so just want to echo from the panel before our panel, that diversity, cultural and biodiversity, are so incredibly important, and that places like the Mississippi River Delta help to steward that. And so I've been honored to be part of, as we just watched, the Oklahina Ikisholo network of Indigenous gardeners. Some of us are on grounds that are on higher lands. I'm sitting on top of 26 feet here, which is like a baby mountain in South Louisiana. As we know that you cannot run from climate change, but we do need safe places to retreat to, that our plants need safe places to retreat to as our lands are disappearing. And so there's also this initiative to find ways to remain and reclaim, knowing that what we have inherited is not our fault, and that home is a place that we have a right to. And so knowing we may have to retreat and return, knowing that we have been retreating and returning. We're coming up on the 20-year anniversary of Hurricane Katrina, and that really was a global these man-made protection, which the Army Corps of Engineers does not call it protection, it's called risk reduction, because they cannot promise protection. But our ultimate protection is each other and the nature. I mean, the more I learn about all the ugly in the world, the more I have also been schooled and challenged and enlightened by the intelligence of nature and of being in community. And so I'm incredibly grateful to my sisters and folks who I've been able to collaborate with, building gardens, building out a safe place for us to retreat to here in a place called Prairie des Femmes, Women's Prairie, and also building a nunny, a mound, for the first time in hundreds of years, in the city of New Orleans, and holding that space, Bolbuncha, place of many languages or place of many tongues, as a neutral ground mound where we are seeding a medicine wheel garden and finding ways to connect, and to learn and to be and to grow with each other. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Monique, for your powerful leadership. It's such an honor to be able to work together. And I love the power and strength of the collective in being in a place that has had so much harm, and being able to grow food there and reclaim land and rematriate land, and to really show a completely different vision for the Gulf South. I just think it's extraordinary what you all are doing. So thank you so much for joining us. And I would love now to hand the floor to Yasso. Yasso, you have the floor. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Horche, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening from Thakali Nation on behalf of indigenous peoples, indigenous women and girls from Nepal. Thank you, WECAN, for giving me the opportunity. It's a great honor to be here with you all. And I'm Yasso Bhattachan from Nepal, and I am Vice Chair to National Indigenous Women Forum, and one of the founding member and now advisor to National Indigenous Women Federation. And let me begin with the food sovereignty means to and how food sovereignty builds a healthy and thriving future for our Chepang indigenous sisters and brothers who are one of the 59 formally recognized highly marginalized indigenous peoples of Nepal. Chepang worship churi tree. Churi fruit is called butter fruit in English. It's not just only a wild food and food security. Butter fruit tree comprise a part of a collective ways of life, interconnected and interdependent. Churi butterfruit is a source of main food and drink such as fruit, juice, ghee, clarified butter, honey, chomero is in Nepali, bat, alcohol for consumption, rituals and festivals, also used as fodders, fertilizer, organic plate, medicine, oil for lighting, lamp, trap insect, and make wooden furniture, firewood, cosmetic, daughter's property, spiritual, religious, and a source of income for the women and girls. It is a part of the ritual, spiritual land, territory, and resources. Marriage, family, kingship, and contributes enrich forest, environment, and ecology. Thus, Churi, Bat, and Chepang are interconnected and interdependent. Hence, Churi is a form of symbol of Chepang collective identity. Chepang is just an example. It applies to all indigenous peoples of Nepal and around the world. And indigenous people food sovereignty is restoring indigenous right and identity along with mainstreaming food sovereignty, food security. The right to healthy and cultural appropriate food produce through ecological sound and sustainable method and rights to define food and agriculture system. Indigenous peoples considered food sovereignty as a right of indigenous people to choose, cultivate, and preserve one's own collective food practice and values intimately tied to nature. Indigenous food sovereignty is rooted in full respect for Mother Earth, not going against nature, self-determination with autonomy and customary self-government system and customary law. Indigenous knowledge, skill, technology, and practices, and indigenous knowledge, ecological justice, environment justice, climate justice, and gender justice. Sustainable livelihood, lifestyle, and cultural survival. In indigenous food sovereignty, we have community ownership, traditional food knowledge, in cultural food, native seeds, environmental sustainability. Food sovereignty and food autonomy are interconnected and interdependent so as indigenous food system environmental sustainability is interconnected and interdependent. Food is not only human right, but also the collective right and spiritual and cultural rights for indigenous peoples. Indigenous food production is not destructive to the environment. Indigenous peoples' customary self-governance system, customary laws, customary knowledge preserves global biodiversity and make food and life sustainable. Indigenous people food system are sustainable and resilient. Indigenous food system can contribute to the challenges of climate change. Indigenous food sovereignty immensely contribute for the healthy and thriving future, not only for indigenous people, but for all the human beings, non-human beings, and non-living things. Indigenous food sovereignty depends on sovereignty of indigenous land, territory, and resources, but land grabbing of indigenous people's ancestral land in the name of aggression. fortress model of conservation, and in the name of just transition, indigenous food sovereignty is in crisis. Indigenous food sovereignty is in crisis, so return the grab land to indigenous people, restoration of self-determination, full respect of indigenous people, custodianship of biodiversity, nature, revitalization of indigenous customary self-government and customary law and knowledge and practices in the first step toward indigenous sovereignty, followed by food sovereignty of all, building a healthy and thriving future. To conclude, we human beings have to choose between healthy, thriving future and extinction. We all, including COP30 and beyond, must choose the first, that is healthy and thriving future, because indigenous food sovereignty is equivalent to food justice. If there is no indigenous food sovereignty, there is no food justice. If there is no food justice, there is no climate justice. And if there is no climate justice, there won't be ecologic justice, environment justice, gender justice, indigenous justice, cultural survival, and self-determination. And if there is no climate justice, there is no healthy and thriving future. Denial of healthy and thriving future leads to our extinction of humanity, extinction of all living beings. There is no choice. The choice is ours. So collectively, we can make a difference. Individually, we cannot. And collectively, we can rise, we can shine, and we can do everything in the world. Thank you, Jorge.
Thank you so much. Also, really beautiful to hear your wisdom and calling things out for exactly as they are. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the work that you're doing in your leadership. We have a very squeaky short amount of time before our next panel, and I would like to see if we could just get really just closing words from everyone. If we could just think about like a 30-second intervention you want to have, maybe reflection from what was already said, or just the mess all to walk away from this session with. Just about a 30-second intervention would be awesome. If the speakers were up to that, I'd appreciate it. It's such a rich conversation. And we'd start with you, Kahea, if you would please enter the conversation again. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you again so much for having me, and to all the other speakers. I'm so inspired and so glad that your presence and your leadership is in this movement. I've been thinking a lot lately about what creates impact and where people, like right now, there's been so much focus on these big levers of change in the world. Like, you know, elections, policies, corporate pledges. And yet I think, I believe in, and I think we know that these things matter and they're incredibly important. And also that change, really sustainable change, rarely starts from the top. And one of our challenges is how to get more people to understand that and to really support at the grassroots local level. And I think our work in food sovereignty is one of the places where that's really, really visible, because so much of everything we've talked about is about local foodways, local food systems, our indigenous ways of knowing. And I think that's where we continue to do everything that you've all been doing, that we've all been doing, to lean in a bit more, because this is where we can really show the world, like, if we can get this slice right, if we can really invest in our local food systems, return to like, or reimagine with our indigenous ways of knowing what's next, what the future looks like, then I think that'll help us all as a global society reimagine what all of these failing systems can look like in the world if we turn it over to like grassroots solutions. So those are kind of my closing thoughts, is just, I loved all of just the local solutions that everyone is bringing forth. And I really believe that this is what is going to move the needle on really so many of the things, the crises that our world faces. So thank you all so much.
Thank you so much, Kahea. Very, very well said. Couldn't agree with you more. And now we'll go to Marianne. And again, I kindly, gently ask short because we have a whole nother set of panelists. So thank you so much for Marianne for your closing comment.
I just want to say thanks to everyone. And everybody has said all that needs to be said. Damage in one environment is damage to all of us. Injury to one is injury to all. And the planet will not go to courts. We have to speak to the planet. Just think, the earth, if it's your mother, would you want it to be trampled upon? Would you want your mother to be contaminated? So we have to keep on speaking. We have to keep on this fight until food sovereignty is achieved, until environmental justice is achieved, until all our issues we advocate for, we get them. But I'm so happy to have everyone in this room. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for coming up. Thank you for all that you do. More power, solidarity, a luta continua. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marianne, for your good words and your leadership and all the work that you're doing. Monique?
Yeah, I think that what I just want to leave folks with is something that I've been meditating on, which is spirit of needing safe places to be, just the need for ritual real estate and places to return to. And I think that when you're living with the nature and in the seasons, like there are things you cannot ignore. And there's a lot to learn there as we are adapting in these times. So sending you all best wishes from these bottomlands to your homelands, and incredibly grateful. Thank you, WECAN.
Thank you so much, Monique, for your leadership and for all that you bring to the movement and to your community. It's so, so important. And now we can hear from Wilma, if you have a short closing comment, if you're still with us, Wilma. We might have lost her from Bolivia. Yaso, would you like to make a final comment, and then we'll close the session?
World 80% biodiversity is protected and preserved by 5% indigenous peoples and indigenous women. So what we need to do is that we need to divide it, we will shrink and lose. Collectively, we can make united and solidarity. Collectively, we can win. And also in every climate action program and policy, indigenous peoples need to put in center, because if there is no justice to indigenous people, there won't be any justice in the world. And without the indigenous knowledge, cosmovision, and indigenous knowledge, practice, technology, the world would not be a better place to live. So we need to make Mother Earth happy and healthy. It's in our hand. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Yaso. I think that's a beautiful note to end on. Let's make Mother Earth happy. I love that. Thank you for a beautiful session to all the presenters and the beautiful, powerful, strong work you're doing. It is resistance, it is resilience, it is building the future. Thank you very much. And with that, I'd like to transition us to our next panel. I want to welcome this wonderful group of leaders who are presenting on Narratives Matter, social media and stories as a tool for climate action and education. And thank you all for your vital work and leadership in this field. Narratives matter because they're just so deeply important in shaping how we personally and communities understand and engage with the climate crisis and the world around us. and how social media and stories are a powerful platform for amplifying not only narratives, but how we frame and understand this epic moment in time. And I think a lot of us have been in discussions about that the story we're in the big cultural context, is completely corrupted by the current systems of oppression. So what is the story we're in? What is the story we're building now? So the platforms that empower climate storytelling are also breeding grounds for, unfortunately, misinformation and disinformation, which can distort public understanding. They can delay policy action and often serve the interests of the fossil fuel lobbies, continuing with political structures that are very harmful, and climate denial networks. So we have a mixed situation here with these platforms that we're all engaged in. These false narratives can obscure the root causes of the crisis, such as colonialism, capitalism, and environmental racism, and marginalize the voices of frontline communities. And so in this context, the climate justice movement really needs to prioritize narrative interventions that confront these distortions, center historically excluded perspectives, and promote a just and real agenda rooted in equity, accountability, community-led solutions, and systemic change. So it's our time now to really grasp the narrative. And I know at WECAN we're doing a lot of work to have interventions on the collective narrative and what are solutions, what are false solutions, what are people doing on the ground. It's really time for our voices to be heard, which means stepping into this narrative conversation. And with that, I'm very honored to introduce our esteemed panelists for this discussion. We're going to be hearing from Wawa Gatharu, who is a climate activist and founder of Black Girl Environmentalist from the US. Then we'll be hearing from Priscilla Tapahara, who is Tapaho and president of Media Indigena Association from Brazil. Then we'll be hearing from Vanessa Nakate, who's the director of TARD Foundation from Uganda. Then we'll be hearing from Laura Cook, who is the special projects lead from the Project Dandelion, and she's from the United Kingdom. And then we'll be hearing from Harriet Sugarman, who's the executive director of Climate Mama from the US. And then we'll have a special presentation, which we'll bring forward at the end of that. And so, yes, I'm so honored to have all of you here with the tremendous work you're doing. And I will hand the floor over to you, Wawa. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hi, Osprey. This is the logistics team again. I'm very sorry to share that we just heard from Wawa just a few moments while you were presenting, and she's no longer able to join us she's doing well, but just wanted to let you know that here.
Okay, thank you. Well, we sent her our best, and we will hand the floor to Priscilla.
Hi everyone, I'm Priscilla. Just a second, I need to turn it off my translation.
Good to see you, Priscilla.
I'm sorry. Okay. Hi, thank you. I'm so glad to be here with you and sharing the work I have been doing in Brazil with Media Indígena. I will speak Portuguese because my English is not really good. And
no, that's okay. What I want to do is just remind people to, if you'd like to hear in English or another language, just reminding people that there is a globe at the bottom of your screen on the right-hand side, and you can click to your preferred language. Just want to make sure people were set up for you. Please go ahead. Thank you for the interruption.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, I speak in Portuguese now. Então, bom, a gente do Mídia Indígena, né, nesses últimos 10 anos, a gente tem feito um trabalho de comunicação muito importante no Brasil, né? Há 10 anos atrás, quando a gente iniciou, a gente não tinha coletivos, a gente não tinha comunicadores, no qual nós, jovens comunicadores indígenas, a gente podia se inspirar, né? Então, foi a partir desses pensamentos e também da importância de que a gente precisava ocupar um novo espaço, né, de que a gente precisava usar novas ferramentas de luta para a gente estar ecoando o nosso trabalho, a nossa luta, a nossa diversidade cultural, né? A gente precisava.
We can hear you fine.
Sim, desculpa. É porque eu estou no encontro de comunicadores que está acontecendo agora aqui no Peru. Então, por isso também que eu estou assim um pouco com um pouco de barulho, né, nos lugares. Mas, enfim, esse trabalho a gente vem desenvolvendo, né, como eu estava falando, nesses 10 anos, para cada vez mais estar empoderando não somente os comunicadores indígenas, mas principalmente as nossas lideranças. Porque a gente viu que no Brasil a mídia ela era monopolizada, né, os grandes meios de comunicação, eles não falavam sobre a nossa luta, e quando eles falavam sobre os povos indígenas, eles falavam de uma forma estereotipada e de uma forma que a gente não se via representado. Então, nesses anos, a gente tem crescido muito, tem fortalecido cada vez mais. Então, a comunicação indígena no Brasil modificou. Antigamente, a gente tinha poucos comunicadores, hoje nós temos mais. A gente fez um mapeamento, agora na semana passada, a gente finalizou esse mapeamento, e hoje a gente trabalha com 989 comunicadores indígenas, que estão espalhados em todos os 6 biomas brasileiros, em todas as regiões do país, fortalecendo, ajudando essas comunidades, ecoando a luta e as vozes das lideranças que estão dentro do território através dessa ferramenta que é a comunicação, né? Mas quando a gente pensa numa perspectiva indígena, o que é a comunicação? A comunicação, ela não é só essa ferramenta tecnológica que a gente tem acesso hoje. A comunicação indígena, ela sempre esteve presente há muitos anos, né? Através das nossas falas, das nossas contações de histórias, dos nossos cantos tradicionais, das nossas danças, das nossas pinturas, que também são forma de arte, mas que também eram formas de comunicar que a gente usava antigamente e que foi através dessa comunicação que até hoje temos muitas culturas indígenas vivas, né, com as nossas línguas, com as nossas tradições. Então, hoje a gente utiliza outras ferramentas tecnológicas, mas ferramentas tecnológicas atuais, para a gente estar empoderando e fortalecendo a nossa luta e o nosso movimento em defesa da Mãe Terra, né, em defesa dos nossos direitos indígenas. Então, quando a gente também pensa numa perspectiva de mulheres, quando eu principalmente comecei na comunicação, não tinha uma representatividade de mulheres indígenas dentro da comunicação em nível Brasil, né? Então, foi crescendo nos últimos anos, muitas mulheres também foram se inspirando em mim, como eu me inspirei em algumas mulheres que eu via, como Tia Graciela Guarani, que é uma cineasta indígena, mas a gente foi criando caminhos e abrindo esses caminhos para que essa juventude que hoje está fortalecendo seus territórios, eles pudessem vir, e a gente está fazendo cada vez mais esse trabalho. Então, quando a gente, hoje, esse ano, o Mídia Indígena, ele faz 10 anos. 10 anos de uma trajetória que não foi fácil, mas que a gente continua persistindo e lutando. A gente sabe que é muito difícil a gente conseguir suportes, né, para manter nosso coletivo, mas a gente não desiste porque a gente entende que essa luta ela não é uma luta individual, ela é uma luta comunitária, é uma luta que precisa alcançar cada vez mais pessoas e que se não for nós falando por nós mesmos, os outros dificilmente irão falar da forma que nós gostaríamos de ser ouvidos. Então, ocupar esses espaços, ocupar essas novas ferramentas, é sim uma forma de lutar pela nossa preservação dos nossos territórios, das nossas línguas, das nossas manifestações culturais, né? Falar para o mundo, mostrar essa diversidade cultural entre os povos indígenas que tem no mundo todo, mas tem no Brasil também, até mesmo na minha região já tem uma diversidade cultural entre os povos. Então, a gente mostrar essa pluralidade, esses conhecimentos que são esses conhecimentos ancestrais, com que faz com que durante anos e anos e anos nós vemos protegendo e defendendo e mantendo a floresta de pé e os rios vivos, né? Então, esse conhecimento, que é esse conhecimento, como o meu avô sempre fala, não há mais nada tecnológico do que a natureza. A natureza, ela é a tecnologia pura, né? Ela é a nossa escola, ela nos ensina sobre a vida, ela nos ensina sobre o respeito, sobre o cuidado, sobre entender e sobre o pertencimento. Então, a partir do momento quando a gente aprende, a gente sabe manusear, sabe utilizar essa ferramenta, entender e respeitar, a gente também começa a entender o resto do mundo, a gente começa a ter uma visão de dentro para fora, uma visão de pertencimento, né? Todos nós somos filhos da Mãe Terra, todos nós pertencemos à Mãe Terra, então a gente precisa ocupar esses novos espaços. E para a COP, a gente tem realizado vários projetos. A gente está com o projeto da Casa Maracá, que vai ser a primeira casa indígena durante a COP, onde a gente vai utilizar a comunicação e a arte para estar ecoando cada vez mais a luta dos povos indígenas, mostrando que nós, povos indígenas, somos sim as soluções para as mudanças climáticas e que não tem como pensar o futuro sem pensar e sem incluir os povos indígenas e as comunidades locais nesses debates e nesses espaços de discussões. E a gente vai trazer, sim, a nossa cultura, a nossa diversidade cultural, as nossas danças, a nossa arte, para estar fortalecendo e quebrando estereótipo e trazendo mais pessoas para vir lutar com a gente. Muito obrigada.
Thank you so much, Priscilla. And I'm really excited to hear about all of your work, and also what you're going to be doing at COP is really amazing. It's going to be quite an important space that you're creating. Thank you so much for your work. And now I would like to hand the floor over to Vanessa.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you very much for having me on this panel. Actually, I came in this conversation thinking about how social media can be used to advance climate action. But after hearing Priscilla speak, she has reminded me of something, that communication is way more than the technology that we know right now. It has always been, embedded in stories, in poems, in, proverbs. And that is something that I also grew up, seeing. Like, there was so much knowledge and wisdom that was passed on from grandmothers and mothers through these conversations. And it's so easy to disconnect from that, but I'm really grateful that Priscilla has talked about it. It has reminded me of the different things that I learned from my elders through their stories and through their proverbs. And when it comes to the issue of narratives, I do believe that, in order to move forward in the conversations of climate, we really have to own the narratives, especially for the people that are on the front lines of the climate crisis. When we look at, the salience of this issue, for me, it really starts from people talking about it, people creating awareness about it, and, getting leaders to do something about it. And for me, that was, in a way, my story. When I started my activism, in 2019, I started by organizing climate strikes after being inspired by Greta Thunberg. And at that time, of course, the climate strikes were, they were really small strikes, but I would take pictures and share them on social media. And I saw how the more I shared my work on social media, the more it reached different people and different audiences. And it introduced me in a way to people like, Laura Cook, President Mary Robinson. So I can say that social media really helped advance my work in climate justice because it helped tell the story and amplify the story of what was happening in my country, Uganda, what was happening across the African continent, and what our demands were. It wasn't so, it was never easy for people from communities like ours to find ourselves in halls of the United Nations talking about climate issues. But it was through, social media that we were able to reach the audience that kept on introducing us to different people. I remember when I got my very first invitation to a UN Youth Climate Summit, I actually asked why I had been invited. This was about 9 months later into my activism. And the lady who sent me the invitation told me that she and the team were monitoring my work for about 6 months on social media. So I was doing my activism and sharing everything on my Twitter account at that time. And I didn't know that there were people watching. I knew there were people who would share my posts, but I didn't know that the people that would, lead me to be invited to the UN Youth Climate Summit and many other summits after that were following what I was sharing. And it really helped amplify, the story that I was telling and the stories of my communities. I've always believed that, every environmental defender has a story to tell, and every story has a solution to give, and every solution has a life to change. But it really starts from telling the story, being able to tell the story. If you do not tell your story, someone else tells it for you. And when someone else tells it for you, it means that they're going to say it wrong. It means that, they're going to share information that is not true. So for me, my work in activism has always really emphasized the need to amplify the stories of those that are on the front lines of climate change. You cannot be in a room. I think there have been so many rooms where solutions are being discussed for people that in vulnerable communities, and yet those people are not there, which I find very problematic. And sometimes it's because of the challenges that people face to access these spaces. When you talk about language justice, when you talk about accreditation, funding, the visa processes, they really make it hard to access these places. But when we have tools like social media, they help us tell our stories. They help us tell the narrative. No one is going to own our story if we share it on social media. So that is why I think it's really important that for people that are organizing to really take advantage of these tools, because they help us reach more people, they help us amplify the story, and also they help, social media helps create this kind of global community. And I think for many people in the climate space, it almost feels like we are in this global family. And you find yourself, if you're at the Africa Climate Week or London Climate Week or New York Climate Week, it's like this community of people that you have seen through social media and worked with through social media, and then you get to see them in person. But usually these conversations start through social media. So I've really seen how it has helped. It has helped us create the narratives of access. First of all, access to climate justice, access to equity, access to sustainability. It has also helped amplify our narratives for protection. Because when we are talking about climate issues, we are talking about protection. The climate crisis is not only devastating communities, but it is leading to the loss of lives, it is leading to the loss of livelihoods. So when we tell these narratives are for, access to justice and also protection of those that are on the front lines of the climate crisis, those that deserve to tell their own stories. And as we tell these stories, in a way, it puts public pressure on leaders, and I think I've seen it when global movements come together and they are working on a specific campaign. You will find a leader is forced to take a decision, is forced to say something about the issue that you are talking about, and the media picks it up as well. And I mean, in the end, I just see this is all like a chain that eventually leads to policy making. Policy making may not happen, it's like a chain of activities that lead to that. The media has a role to play, leaders have a role to play, but the public, we have the biggest role because we create the awareness, we create the narrative, we tell the story, we amplify the story, and we have to use all the tools that we have. If you can use some of the tools that Priscilla has talked about, the tools that have been embedded in culture through poems and songs and proverbs, those are tools that can be used. If you can use social media, that is a tool that you can use. I think that as a global community, we can find a way to tell the story. We just have to always know that every person that is on the front lines of the climate crisis, they deserve to tell their own story because their story has lives to change. I usually talk about how climate change affects so many people on the African continent. But I also acknowledge that I do not know the exact, the full experiences of people that are, in countries like Kenya, because I do not live there. I have been there, but I don't live there. People that live in maybe Nigeria, I may see the news saying, 500,000 people have been displaced by floods, and my work is to amplify that. But then if I don't share a platform, if I don't talk about the need to have an activist from Nigeria tell their own story, that means I also contribute to that problem. So it's really important that, if we are having discussions on the climate crisis in Nigeria, we have communities from Nigeria. If you're talking about Uganda, we have communities from Uganda because those people carry the experiences, those people carry their stories. And finally, I think my final thing is, even as we talk about the importance of social media, we really have to also think about the challenges that come with it and the need to push for more protection on social media, especially protection of environmental defenders. Maybe this is something that I can come into in the later discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Vanessa, for your analysis and how you're approaching narrative. And also, I just really want to acknowledge your incredible leadership because I know many, many young women that we work with really look to you and have followed you, and the way that you have included people in your discourse, as you said, amplifying other stories, but also speaking out with your own voice. It's been really important to the climate justice movement for everyone, and I know especially for the youth, but for all of us. And I just really want to thank you and applaud your leadership. It's really needed, and your voice is really having an impact. So thank you for that. And now I'd like to hand the floor over to Laura. Laura Cook.
Thank you, Osprey. And yeah, I couldn't agree more. I was going to say it's not just young women, Vanessa, older women as well. Those of us who are not young anymore. Hello, everybody. I wanted to speak today about narratives and about the stories behind the tools. And I wanted to start with a quote from Ben Okri, the amazing author and poet, who once said, Some people say when we are born, we're born into stories. I say we're also born from stories. And as Priscilla said earlier, so many Indigenous cultures have always had stories at their heart. This isn't something new we're speaking about today. We are stories. And I think when we're speaking about the radical transformation that's needed in this era, in this Anthropocene era that we're in, we can't do that unless we're also speaking about the capacity we have to dream new stories and to become new stories. And that's the invitation that I wanted to come with today as part of this WECAN assembly. And I wanted to offer it because I think as women, we're often the keeper of stories. We're often the custodians of histories as well, and the creators of futures. But I also wanted to be clear that stories are not inherently positive. Anyone who's ever watched a really scary horror movie knows that stories are not always positive. And as Osprey said earlier, we only need to look at the world now to know this to be the case. We look at our news screens and we see new horrors daily. We have been witness to, and we continue to witness these terrible stories being spun in real time, stories of extraction and exploitation and domination and unfolding genocide and colonialism and fear, and stories that are violent both to people and nature and people as part of nature. And those stories have become normalized, which I think is one of the most dangerous things about the times that we're living in right now. And these stories don't serve life. These stories are corrupted stories. We also increasingly are seeing these false stories, lies. Let's put it bluntly, lies that are told through misinformation and disinformation. And we must not kid ourselves into thinking those are accidental bits of mistruth. These are stories that are being spun very purposefully by those that are funding what harms us. But we have an opportunity, I think, in this moment as well to choose what we give our time to, which stories we choose to give our time to, and which stories we choose to amplify, which ones we listen to and which ones we make room for. And I wasn't 100% sure initially, I'll be honest, Osprey, whether I should take this speaking slot or not, because as you know, and as Vanessa knows, and anyone else who knows me watching this, I'm a pretty behind the scenes person. I'm not normally someone who comes on panels. And one of the reasons I was hesitant about this is as a white woman, I honestly think white women need to make more space too, for people to be telling the right stories, for people like Priscilla and Vanessa who have just spoken so articulately and beautifully, but also for those whose names we don't know as well. But I accepted the invite for two reasons, well, three. The third is because Osprey's great, but also because I think out of our privilege, sometimes we need to speak up. And right now we're in a time where actually people are starting to stop speaking. They're starting to silence themselves out of fear. And I think the silence is dangerous. And those of us with privilege maybe have more ability sometimes to speak up without fear. Secondly, because I want to encourage all of us that our stories matter, including my own. As Vanessa said, we need to use the tools that we have. And I think at the heart of it, the tool we all have is ourselves, our voice, and those stories that we own. I'm a poet. I've been using my poetry where I can, but I wanted to try and offer this tonight as well, or today or this morning, wherever you are. And all of our stories do matter. I'm sat with these fellow women in conversation who are living, breathing stories. Harriet, Priscilla, Vanessa, Osprey, you are beautiful stories. Vanessa, I've seen you grow into the most marvelous woman, and the work that you do is incredible. For anyone that just thinks Vanessa says nice words on panels like this one, I've seen her work in Uganda. I've seen her in action. She is service-hearted and she's amazing. And part of her story has interwoven with my own, and I'm the better for it. And I imagine for any of us listening to me today, we can all think of people in our lives that have interwoven with us their stories, and that we are better for it, and that's what drives us on. And this is it. Stories are not static things. They evolve, they grow, and we can build entire worlds out of them. And we do, and we do. And sometimes when I see the state of things in the world as they are, I find myself wondering, would nature just be better if there were no humans? But I do think humans have one critical thing in our favor, and that's this aptitude we have for dreaming new worlds, and not only dreaming them, but becoming them. And right now, we need better dreams. We really need dreams that are rooted in care and in courage. We need dreams of regeneration. We need dreams of repair. We need dreams that are brave, brave dreams that we're bold enough to bring into being. And we need new symbols. I'm wearing this dandelion, and I know there's some dandelions already I've seen taking part this week. The dandelion is a strange symbol. In many places, it's a weed. It's seen as a nuisance, a flower, a beautiful flower, but that many gardeners try and get rid of. But it's resilient, it's healing, and it's good for biodiversity. But the thing I wanted to pick up on today is dandelions grow in the cracks. They grow in the crevices. They grow anyway. And to me, that's the symbol that we need in this time. We need to be like dandelions, unafraid to grow in the fractures of the broken systems that we have been speaking about as part of this assembly, willing to bring healing, ready to let go of the things that we shouldn't carry forward, to be rooted in care and to be light and able to move easily. It's a symbol of unity. So if you don't know what I'm talking about with Project Dandelion, please go on projectdandelion.com and find out more. It's a very non-exclusive club. We want everybody. And Project Dandelion to me is part of this bigger story we need to tell, that we are in the majority. A climate and nature crisis. Up until now, this crisis has been marked by injustice and inequality. It's been a really dark, very, very depressing narrative, but we're not done yet. I'm joining today from London Climate Week in the UK, a very warm London Climate Week. And this morning, I had the privilege of observing the very first of the global ethical stocktakes that the Brazil COP30 presidency, an initiative spearheaded by Marina Silva in the lead up to COP30, has begun. And that began today in London. This Friday, I'm helping lead a civil society version of the same thing. And these ethical stocktakes I wanted to just touch on today because they're not about policy or technical solutions. They're about pausing to reflect on the cultural and the moral and the spiritual dimensions of the climate and nature crisis, because it's not just a crisis of emissions or biodiversity loss. It's a crisis of imagination. It's a crisis of disconnection. And I think ultimately it's a crisis where we've sometimes pushed those things that really matter to us as human beings, so far to the margins that it even feels uncomfortable to name them. But it's a crisis of belonging. That's what this is. It's a crisis of belonging. And this morning during one of the coffee breaks, which is always where the best things happen, I found myself in conversation with a group of women, and one of them said, what will be the output of all of this, of these global ethical stocktakes? And then someone really gently offered, maybe this isn't about outputs. And I loved it because I thought, what if actually the COP30 presidency are offering something different, something deeper, a shift in the atmosphere, a rekindling of possibility, and a collective reimagining of how things can be. And don't get me wrong, COP30 is not going to be perfect. COPs are never perfect, and nor will these global ethical stocktakes be perfect, because we're humans and these things are always going to be imperfect just by nature of us. But I think instead of us being really cynical, which can be so easy to do, and I've done it myself, I think, what if we ask that question of how can we support this move at the moment, mainly women-led, to try and get behind these things like the global ethical stock takes, but maybe do more than that, create our own in our communities. We've got so many communities represented here where we just spring up and start talking about these things, start talking about stories and the better story that we can tell. Project Dandelion is holding this informal version of the ethical stock take on Friday, and we are going to open source share the toolkit afterwards so that anyone that wants to use that and have a conversation of their own in their community can do so. I wanted to just finish by maybe where I began, which is how most good stories end, which is just this invitation, I think, to us all today to dream, because we're not done yet and we're still writing this story. And in this unfinished moment, we have choices to make. We can still dream better dreams. We can still build better worlds. And I honestly believe we can still become the kind of story that future generations will want to tell. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Laura. Really inspiring presentation, and really loved you bringing forward to us, how we are all stories and how important it is that we tell our stories, but also, the broader context of this moment. I really appreciate it. And earlier, actually, on one of the panels, we've talked about the ethical stocktake and the launch of that during London Climate Week. And I think it's very interesting. I think it's about narrative. I think it's about trying to find an intervention that can't fit into the political policy landscape, and really humanizing this effort around climate justice and how we're going to resolve what is really a polycrisis, not just a climate crisis. So, we're very interested in WECAN in this ethical stocktake. Look forward to talking to you about it later. But I think it has some really interesting potential, as long as we can really ensure that that influences the negotiations. And I think that'll be a really important thing we can do as civil society. So thank you for that. And now I would like to hand the floor to Harriet Sugarman. Welcome. So good to have you here.
Thank you so much, Osprey. It's such an honor to be here. And thank you, Priscilla, Vanessa, and Laura. I am honored to share time with you today. And I'm learning so much from each of you. And to the incredible women who've already shared their wisdom over the past 2 days. One message that I heard often in many of the presentations and panels was how our children's future and now figures prominently in so much of what we do. And so these are stories that I'm thrilled to continue as I share the work of Our Kids Climate, where I am the chair of the advisory council. And I am in particular want to highlight today how we bring narrative center stage and successfully also use social media to share the individual as well as the collective work and journeys of feminists, mamas, elders, carers, aunties, and parents who, from their own corners of the globe, show us how an intergenerational approach is moving climate action and policy, both in big places like the COPs and global forums, but also locally. And so these actions that we learn and then share are rooted deeply in justice and equity. They build a transformative past. They talk about true systemic change and how to create a healthy and a just world. So today, I'd like to share through examples some of the campaigns and communication tools that we've used to help raise up and amplify the voices and the work in our network, where the heart is central to moving the mind, to educating across societal bounds, and to demand real and sustained action and results. So our work is with climate parent organizations from around the globe. And what we discovered too is there's so many similarities in the kinds of solutions that are being created and implemented. And we see a role for a networked organization like OKC to amplify that work, so people can speak in their own voices, as Vanessa was sharing with us, and to also remind that we don't need to start from the beginning each time, but we can build and learn from the ideas and successes that are already in motion. Next slide, please. So I know this is intuitive to many of us in the movement and through our stories, how the power of fierce love, the power for our children, for future generations, moves us and moves us forward and drives actually that climate action. But we're seeing more and more actual research and studies in this way too. And so just to quickly share this study that came out that talked to 60,000 people in 23 different countries. And the number one driver of why people wanted climate action was care for the planet, for future generations. Next slide, please. So we use narratives in our kids' climate from mamas we help share their stories from all over the world. We use our website. We have a newsletter. We have a fellowship program where we bring cohorts of people together to learn from each other, to learn how to use the tools of social media, to how to share their ideas, their work, their stories, their narratives in their own towns and cities, and then also on global networks as well. And we find that then that brings in the media, both legacy and others who reach out, who want to then hear in their own words these stories from around the world. Next slide, please. So just a little background about our kids' climate, which was birthed at a COP in Paris, where we presented to the world leaders and the UN a petition from parents from around the globe who are demanding action on behalf of their children on climate. We then reestablished again at the United Nations in 2019. And some of these pictures that you see here are from some of those campaigns. An early campaign, we were talking about our Mother Earth, and you see the little girl holding on to her mother and the picture beside it. And this started in 21 with illustrators, actually professional illustrators who gave their time, as well as children, community groups, faith-based groups who shared their images of our other mother. And we continue with that hashtag, and we develop postcards, art displays, and they're shown locally and used around the world to share that narrative. And at the same time, we started the stories on our website, which is where you hear from mothers, from parent groups from around the world, from individuals sharing their stories on their work and what they're doing. And that was the first year we took delegations of global mothers from the global south to COP, so they could be there speaking truth to power, having their voices heard directly. And that continued for the next few COPs. After that, we developed film under the hashtag Kids First, and it was children's voices from around the world and demanding that our leaders making those decisions put children first in their mind and their policies. And that followed in 23 with a report from the IPCC that looked at this Born Today, what would happen to a child if we took no action, if we took action, if we accelerated action. So we highlighted that and used that moment to raise up the voices and demand that look again at our children. In 24, at the Summit of the Future, we presented a letter from parents from around the world demanding action around the hashtag Protect What We Love. So again, using social media in different ways to share the narratives. And this year, actually at the World Health Organization Summit on Clean Air in Cartagena, we brought together a group of mothers and to share our Kids Air campaign. And that continues as well. And many of these mix and come together. So these narratives, these campaigns. We have a short video that was developed that's evergreen, that can be shared with others on how our children and the fossil fuel burdened air they're breathing stays with them for the rest of their lives and impacts them. So these narratives, these stories are so important to tell. Next slide. Who are our collaborators and the audiences we're trying to reach and trying to share with, not just at the COP, but broadly, and it's growing. We're so happy. I'm so happy to bring our narratives and stories here to the Assembly. Osprey, thank you so much for making room for the voices from Our Kids Climate and for being able to share these strong stories again from around the world. And I pass it back to you, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Harriet, for your dedication to really bringing forward the voice of the youth and caring for the youth and what they're experiencing and making space for that. And the parents, it's really important. So thank you so much for that outreach you're doing. I would like to take the opportunity now to give everyone a chance to have some closing remarks. If people could just keep it to like a minute or two, that would be good, because we do have another panel. So I want to be just really mindful, like literally like a minute or two. I know that Vanessa, you also wanted to comment on land defenders, and you were going to kind of bring that into the discussion part. So perhaps you could share that with us. But we'll start with you, Priscilla. If you'd like to sort of have some reflections from this panel or a closing remark, that would be fantastic. Thank you so much.
Então, eu acho que tudo que foi falado aqui no painel é muito inspirador também para mim, porque, né, a gente vê que é muito importante que nós mulheres estejamos unidas e utilizando esses outros meios, essas outras plataformas, esses outros espaços para a gente estar se fortalecendo e fortalecendo uma luta da outra, né? Porque quando a gente fala sobre essa luta em defesa da Mãe Terra ser uma luta coletiva, nesses aspectos que estamos falando, né? Utilizar ferramentas, fortalecendo cada vez mais a luta uma da outra, porque a luta pela defesa da Mãe Terra, ela não deve ser uma luta individual, ela deve ser uma luta coletiva, humanitária, né? Todos nós dependemos da Mãe Terra e se todos nós iremos sofrer as consequências. Então, é por isso que nós, povos indígenas, a gente está ocupando outros espaços, a gente está aprendendo línguas diferentes, a gente está aprendendo ferramentas diferentes, entrando em espaços de política, entrando em muitos espaços para cada vez mais ecoar essa luta, né, reflorestar mentes e corações das pessoas, para que cada vez mais as pessoas ao redor do mundo possam estar sensibilizando e entendendo que a luta pela Mãe Terra, ela precisa ser feita hoje, porque a gente não tem um planeta B, né? A gente não tem um futuro se a gente não lutar pelo presente, e nós, mulheres, nós, juventudes, a gente tem esse papel, sim, de estar trazendo esses conhecimentos ancestrais para a gente estar fortalecendo, né, e denunciando esse crime ambiental, esse crime humanitário que está acontecendo no mundo. É isso. Obrigada, gente.
Thank you so much, Priscilla. I really appreciate your comments, and we really need to focus on these issues. Thank you so much. And I'll now hand the floor to Vanessa.
Yeah, thank you so much, Osprey. I think I'll just use my time to talk about the impact of social media, but also that which is negative, especially on environmental defenders. I think that most social media spaces are becoming very polarized, and as a result, there is so much trolling and abuse on environmental defenders in these spaces, especially young environmental defenders. It's even much worse for young women, and it's very much worse for young Black women, young Indigenous women. So I think there is a huge place for us to seek accountability from big tech, because as much as social media has played a big role in helping us further our narratives and amplify them, it's also becoming a really toxic and, dangerous place for so many environmental defenders and scientists as well. Thank you.
Couldn't agree more. I think that, we're talking about reclaiming the narrative. It's one thing for us to be telling our stories, which we need to do and taking up space, but we also need to protect the storytellers. We always say, with land defenders, we need to defend the defenders. Well, I think it's also happening more and more as our rights for free speech are being silenced and threatened, that we also need to stand up for each other in the public forums, and to be able to protect one another for free speech and to protect those speaking out. And I think we're going to see more of this. So I think this is just the beginning of a very critical conversation and action. And with that, we'd love to hear some closing comments from you, Laura. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think this is a moment for the collective and really radical coming together as human beings and as storytellers, because we're all storytellers. I think it's about knowing when we need to step out the way. I think it's also, to that last point, knowing when we might need to speak up if we have got the privilege to be able to do so safely, and to be able to look after others in this time. But I think more than anything else, we need to remember that there is power in that collective story that we tell together. I think the opposite story, the kind of stories I spoke about earlier, the negative ones, the horrible ones, the terrible ones, we can't let that story drown out the possibility of what could be. And it's not just trite or kind of fluffy dream speak. It's also the reality that we're living in, that stories make things happen. So I think we need to come together, definitely take care of each other, especially those who face the most risks, but also not be afraid to build this story together, because we desperately, desperately need it.
Thank you. And we give the final word to you, Harriet.
Thank you, Osprey. And I think so much of what the panel was about was brought together by everyone in their final comments now. And I think you started with this warning about false narratives, which we are seeing and hearing play out, where people are hearing those false narratives and the world is being turned upside down, and what is needed and what is actually being expected by some. And so the importance of having people speak for themselves, of holding that space, of this forum that you've created that then will live on, to people being able to hear from land defenders, from activists, from people in their own words sharing their stories, is so critical. So thank you, and to the WECAN team for creating this beautiful and important forum, and for us to find ways to uplift the true narratives and call those out, or just push to the side so much of what is false. And it is, as Vanessa said, social media is tricky, right? It's good and it's can be terrible. So again, uplifting as in spaces like this, and then sharing is critical. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Harriet. And I really want to congratulate all of the presenters. This was a really interesting and important conversation. I feel we could go on for a couple of hours and dig into it more, as always is in these spaces. So, please continue on in the chat, and also just reminding people that there is a WhatsApp group forming from this assembly, and we can put that link in the chat so some of these conversations can continue for those who want to explore more on these themes. And yeah, just really, really appreciate the wisdom that you're all carrying as we work to transform our stories. There's so much to be said there. Before we go to the next panel, we just have a short little presentation that we want to offer from Aparna Packer, who is the Women Speak Coordinator at WECAN. And we want to share this resource with all of you since we're having this topic about shifting the narrative. And in fact, it's one of the big reasons that we're holding this global assembly is because this is like a giant narrative intervention at this moment from many, many different perspectives to really create a different space, not only around what we're going to do about the climate crisis, but society and the polycrisis that we face collectively. It's an intervention to bring forward a different story, to hear from people who we don't usually hear from, and to be clear that what governments and financial institutions and corporations are offering as solutions are in fact not the way forward that many of us see. So this is our space, and I'm glad people are taking up space and using this to share their work. And with that, Aparna, would you please come on and share your work, and then we'll move to the next panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me and for your words, Osprey. So I'm Aparna. I'm the current coordinator and a former researcher for WECAN's Women Speak program. And so as we know, women are impacted first and worst by climate change, yet are simultaneously essential actors in local and global solutions. Yet in spite of this, in the media, only 15% of the coverage on climate change includes women's perspectives, which is why WECAN's project, Women Speak, Stories, Case Studies, and Solutions from the Front Lines of Climate Change seeks to change this. Women Speak is a web-based research database that is designed to shift the current narrative and challenge dominant systems of exploitation and oppression of women and the earth as we collect and share stories by and about women who are leading struggles and solutions for climate justice. The database currently covers 14 categories, which include justice across movements, climate policy, forest protection, new economics, fossil fuel resistance, women land defenders, and many more topics. The stories and solutions that are included in this project are fundamentally rooted in a climate justice framework with a feminist lens, and they are meant to provide a vision towards a just transition towards a clean energy future, respect for our living earth, and justice for all peoples. And the goal is to offer an accessible and ever-growing source of information, research, and multimedia storytelling for frontline earth defenders, policymakers, journalists, activists, educators, students, and all those who are seeking to understand and to demonstrate why and how women are paramount to just action on climate change and to the defense and protection of the web of life itself. The database currently has thousands of stories from women in action in the database, so please feel welcome to take a look at that. And please know also that Women Speak is maintained through the hard work and care of researchers from around the world. And WECAN also offers Women Speak internships every 6 months for those who are interested in contributing to this work. The database itself can be accessed through WECAN's website, and I will also drop the link in the Zoom tab below. But thank you all so much for your time and for being here. And thank you, Osprey. I'll send it back to you.
Thank you, Aparna, and we're so honored to have you on our team. And thank you so much for sharing with us your important work. And this will close this session on narrative. Again, thank you to all the amazing leaders who joined us for this session. And we look forward to being with you as we go forward and creating stories for COP30 and beyond. Thank you so much. And with that, I would like us to move to our next session. And I want to welcome this outstanding group of leaders who are presenting on the panel, Rematriating the Land, Indigenous Sovereignty and the Land Back Movement. Such an important movement. Thank you for your vital work and leadership in pushing this critical agenda forward. And today we're very honored to have moderation and comments by Dr. Lila June Johnson, who is Dene and Cheyenne and is an Indigenous musician, scholar, and community organizer from Turtle Island, USA. And she's truly an incredible leader. I've been so inspired by Lila for many, many years. And we thank you so much, Lila June, for introducing the panelists and moderating this really important session. And yes, we felt that it was really important that this session was led by Indigenous leadership. And the floor is yours. Please take it away, Lila.
I'm so happy to be here. I'm so honored and blessed to be in circle with these amazing women. They are incredible, incredible people. And I think Indigenous women absolutely need to be at the forefront of all decision making, because we are not only of the cultures who are by definition experts in our own homeland, because in order to be Indigenous, by definition, you have to have been there for thousands of years with this institutional knowledge, but we're also the women of that culture, which in so many evolved societies throughout the world came to understand that when women lead, everything thrives. So yeah, I actually just got the stuff that you guys copied in the last like Zoom room I was in is not in the chat anymore. So if you could repaste it, that would be great with the names and titles. But I do remember that we're going to have a really powerful sister go first. And I do want to say that I'm really honored to be in circle with these 4 women, some of whom I know and some of who I'm meeting for the first time. So first, we're going to have Brianna R. Brown, who is Inuit from the Arctic parts of our Mother Earth, and very strong, beautiful people. And she's a political advisor and a land and water advocate in Indigenous climate for Indigenous Climate Action Canada. And again, this panel is called Rematriating the Land, Indigenous Sovereignty and the Land Back Movement. And as we all know, COP is kind of a joke, and it's perpetually let us down. The fact that we're having COP30 is kind of a obvious example of why it's not working very well. And so we absolutely need to have upheaval and revolutionization of the systems through which we talk about quote unquote climate, or what we have different words for in our Indigenous languages. And it's time to bring Indigenous women to the forefront as it pertains to climate justice, because we are usually the first to bear the brunt, and we're also the ones who carry the traditional ecological knowledge and the value system that can really help us forward. So with that, I'm really happy to hand it over to Brianna.
Hi, thank you so much for welcoming me. And thank you for welcoming me into this space. My name is Brianna Brown. I am Inuk from Nunatsiavut, Labrador. And I come to you today not only as a policy advisor, a traditional storyteller, and knowledge keeper, but as someone who is deeply shaped by the land. Nunatsiavut, the land claims area where I'm from, it's on the northeast coast of Canada, so-called Canada. But our land is called Nunatsiavut, which means our beautiful land. And I'm very much shaped by that land and by the ongoing struggle to protect it. I begin by acknowledging the lands we each occupy, the waters that sustain us, and the ancestors whose presence we still feel when we really listen closely. I'm really happy to be working with Indigenous Climate Action on their National Steering Committee. I had become acquainted with them in 2019, and they really, really helped me to find my voice as someone who had a lot of problems and needed surgeries on my jaw, and having a neck sprain and severe concussion. So around that time, I experienced so much systemic discrimination, and thankfully, Indigenous Climate Action played a large role in helping me find my voice again. And so I would like to talk about the Land Back movement. It was originated by myself and the Labrador Land Protectors. It began not just as a call for sovereignty, but as a fight for survival. Around that time, I had a lot of trouble talking because of a lot of violence I had experienced, and being hit by a car with many injuries. And when I had gotten in contact with Indigenous Climate Action and applied to be on their National Steering Committee, it was a very serendipitous time. I had seen that when they went to COP25, they had a big, big land back sign. And that was the first time that I noticed that it was something that caught on globally, that that other people were taking on and advocating for. And it was interesting to me because at COP25, they were in Madrid, Spain, I believe. And that was where my great grandmother was taken from Labrador over to Spain and put into a human zoo. So I kind of felt like it was like a spiritual experience or acknowledgement on her behalf. So I thought that that was really interesting. And so about the land back movement, it's about protecting, it was originally about protecting the Churchill River. So the Churchill River, it begins in Manitoba and it flows all the way over to east to Labrador. So there's many mega hydro dams that were forced onto our territories without our consent. These dams choke our rivers, change migratory routes, contaminate waters, and flood traditional hunting grounds and berry picking areas. When our lands are displaced, so are we. We face cultural shock, isolation, and heightened violence, particularly for Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit peoples. The impacts are not just ecological, they're very personal. Loss of access to traditional foods means the loss of nutrition and cultural continuity. Sorry, I have trouble speaking sometimes just from pain from my jaws. I'll try to make it sound more clear. But anyway, this leads to higher rates of diabetes, depression, and substance abuse. There's also man camps built for extractive workers, which also brings drugs into our communities. These men, isolated from their families for weeks, often bring violence and contribute to the issue of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls plus, as their actions objectify and harm Indigenous women. Additionally, these extractive projects displace our entire communities, causing environmental destruction. The loss of our land exacerbates our vulnerability, cutting us off from the protective relationships we have with the land, our communities, and deepening our exposure to violence. What does resilience mean when you're denied healthcare simply for being Indigenous? I have lived this experience. I was ignored, misdiagnosed, and denied adequate care, not due to lack of resources, but because of systemic racism. This is structural violence, normalized in many spaces and not just hospitals. A lot of my work encompasses trying to ensure that many spaces are much more safer for Indigenous peoples, as this is what we deserve. This discrimination causes pain, but pain is also a teacher. The moments of dismissal and discrimination, when I needed care the most, was a time in which I had made many reflections and came to understand that it reminded me that we must raise our voices, even when they shake. We must advocate for ourselves and for those who cannot yet be heard. I began writing, organizing, and telling my story. If we wait for an invitation, we'll wait forever. We make space by standing in our truth. Through Indigenous climate action, I learned that healing is not linear, it's relational, just like the land. Something that they taught me was healing justice work, and it gave me the tools to speak publicly and lead with strength and vulnerability. Healing justice means restoring what colonialism has severed, our relationship with ourselves, each other, and the land. It's about creating spaces for our people to grieve, heal, and dream collectively, free of harm. The land back movement is about more than reclaiming land. It's about reclaiming relationship. It's about returning to a way of being where the land, water, and people are in balance. Healing justice is the foundation for rebuilding everything, from food systems to health systems to legal systems, with care, reciprocity, and responsibility at the center. To those in power, we are not asking for a charity, we are demanding justice. To my fellow land protectors, we are not alone. To the young people listening, your voice matters more than you know. And to the land, we will continue to fight for you because you have never stopped fighting for us. Nakwamik, thank you.
Thank you so much, Brianna. I really, really appreciate you being here. And what a powerful metaphor that even all of these things could not silence your voice, and that you continue to stand for the people in your community and for Mother Earth, despite all you've been through. And yes, Land Back is very much about decolonization in the truest sense. It was to some extent influenced by Eve Tuck, who wrote a very influential paper called Decolonization is Not a Metaphor. And in this paper, she talks about how decolonization is decolonizing land, uncolonizing and returning land back to indigenous peoples. And this is not just about correcting historical injustices when these places were violently and illegally stolen, but it's also about helping all people. It even helps settlers in the sense that when you return lands to indigenous peoples, they thrive because these are the experts of those places. And so it increases biodiversity. And because everything on Earth is interconnected, when we heal and restore supervision of a place to indigenous peoples, that has a ripple effect to heal not only everyone around the world, but also to help heal rippling through time to future generations. So Land Back, yes, is about healing historical injustice, but it's also about intelligently and efficiently healing environmental systems so that all life can thrive, including human beings. So now I'm going to pass it over to my dear sister, Janine Yazi. She is Dene, as am I, and she is the Director of Policy and Advocacy at Indie In Collective. And she's based in Denebakea, the People's Land in, which is Navajo land, as it were, in Turtle Island or the USA. Thank you for being here, sister.
Thank you. Thank you, Brianna, for that beautiful introduction. We often credit the development of the meta-narrative and political framework that is Land Back from the resistance that has taken place in our First Nations communities and over the Medicine Line to the north. But it's also important to remember that the Land Back movement has deep roots in Indigenous resistance since the beginning of colonization and across territories around the globe. The fight for territorial rights, for land rights, for return to ancestral homelands, and for the ways of living that are critical to our peoples as Indigenous peoples, has been the root of our resistance and our continued perseverance against colonial structures and institutions, enduring to this day. And so much of how the strategies and the wisdom around what Land Back means and how it's evolved has been informed by those different experiences, which differ across ecosystems, landscapes, experiences of colonization, but all hold fundamental things in common. One of it being the core belief that we're not fighting for some demarcation of land that is the equivalent of property rights or private property. Like, we are fighting for a way of life and to continue to live in our sacred responsibility as human beings to all that lives, all a sacred life, and to the lands, waters, mountains, ecosystems that are woven into the DNA of our ancestry and of our peoples, that has been preserved through our oral traditions and through our traditional life ways, and just all of the lessons, all of the songs, all of the ceremonies, all of the dances, all of the Indigenous science, all of the ways of caretaking of the landscape, of creating foodscapes, of restoring food systems, of being with and living with and learning from the ever constant alive forces that exist around us. And that's so critical because I feel like both land back and sovereignty can kind of, to non-Indigenous peoples who don't come from that lived reality and from that understanding, they can be very westernized concepts and terms. And that can lead to very real conflicts in understanding and interpretation. And so I often like to talk about sovereignty and self-determination as two sides of that coin, because by itself, sovereignty and self-determination don't fully capture the return of that the return and the right, the inherent individual and collective rights that Indigenous peoples are fighting for, to be able to live in that relationship, to be able to keep and center those sacred responsibilities as a core part of our being. And so in the work that we do, you know, it's a constant need to educate and to be in conversation with people in order to build this understanding, to recognize that the fight doesn't stop once land is recognized and demarcated for ownership, our part ownership, our co-management for with Indigenous peoples. That the work continues until we are the people that the land wants back in return. And that right there is like the true goal of land back and what that means. And that becomes important because we are always having to confront colonial institutions in this fight. And we have to like adopt languages and frameworks that help speak to those institutions in order to carve that space so that our people can continue to advance in our struggle. And as frustrated as we are with the COPs and the climate conferences, and how little they end up accomplishing, like, we also must simultaneously recognize and uphold the incredible advancement that Indigenous rights defenders, land defenders, water protectors have carved out in that space. So much of the global recognition for the value and the wisdom that is in Indigenous traditional knowledge and ecological practices has come as a direct result of that advocacy, of the scientists that are guiding those decisions being unable to ignore the fact that the most efficient and effective climate change responses come from lands that are stewarded by Indigenous peoples. And it's not like a magic pill. It doesn't mean that everything is like suddenly like easy for us. But it does speak to just the extraordinary expertise and wealth of knowledge and tool set that Indigenous peoples have to be able to continue to advance this fight and this struggle in all colonial institutions without losing our spirit, without losing the true intent of this. And just like was said before, despite all of the challenges and the things that we have been carrying, especially as Indigenous women in those fights, the broken hearts we're carrying, the wary spirits that we are carrying, because we continue to see this onslaught of attacks against our peoples and our lands all around us. We continue to witness all the forms of genocide that continue unabated. We're still there fighting from a place of love for these solutions and these pathways that don't just benefit our peoples and our families and our children, but that do truly benefit all peoples, all nations, all lands, all ecosystems, all waters, and all forms of sacred life. And I think that that's the most beautiful thing about land back, sovereignty, and self-determination, and the leadership of Indigenous women. Yeah.
Thank you, sister, for uplifting us and reminding us with those words. And I loved what you said about how land back is not about getting rights and titles to own land again. It's very much about having places and spaces where our ways of life can simply continue onward. And I've done a lot of research in Indigenous food and land management systems. And I'm here to tell you that after doing a whole 5-year study of this and getting my PhD in Indigenous food systems, we really know how to take care of the land. We have it in our bones and we're really good at it. And it has nothing to do with standing aside and letting everything just grow wild. We're very much gardeners of the earth. And like Janine said, foodscapers. We're always clipping, pruning, burning, thinning, selecting, supporting, facilitating, and gardening the earth on bioregional scales in ways that are regenerative, in ways that produce abundant food. A lot of the case studies I looked at produce more food than commercial agriculture does, and more humanely and more regeneratively. So indigenous food systems are absolutely capable of feeding 8 billion people. In fact, they're more capable. And that's one of the myths we're constantly debunking, is that indigenous peoples were just sparsely populated nomads, when in fact our food systems upheld dense populations. And every American city today squats on a pre-existing indigenous city, an eco-city that thrived, that fed its people well, with a couple exceptions here and there. And even when our societies collapsed, as in the case of Chaco Canyon or the Mound Builders, etc., we metabolize that collapse. Unlike Jared Diamond, who paints us as like these people who are prone to just like collapsing and going extinct, he didn't understand that once we collapsed, we learned from those lessons, we metabolized those lessons, and we arose from those situations better, wiser, more sustainable, and more able to feed our people regeneratively. And so it's very exciting, the land back movement, which is inherently about rematriation. It's not just about giving land back, it's about, frankly, giving land back to women and letting grassroots femme indigenous leaders have a lot of say over how the land is cared for. And these always have relationality in mind. That's why women are so good at this, because we have that relational mind in the right brain. We have that relational way about us, and that's always about taking care of relationships. And we're really good at it. And the men are also really good at what they're good at. And when we work together, it can really be a winning combo. And of course, our two-spirit relatives carry their medicine into the picture too. So turning it over to another matriarch, if you will, in training, and another amazing sister from Brazil, Taili Terena is a wonderful sister I had the joy of meeting in New York a couple months ago. And she's an indigenous rights advocate in Brazil, as well as a climate defender. So I would love to hear your perspective down in Brazil, sister, and just welcome to the circle here. Thank you for being here.
And I will speak in Portuguese, so if you guys don't have the translate button working, I will ask for you to do so, because I'm going to use this opportunity to speak in Portuguese. Então, queria muito agradecer a essa oportunidade que a WECAN nos proporcionou de reunir tantas mulheres incríveis e de estar compartilhando esse espaço com as minhas irmãs, as minhas parentas do Norte, com um tema tão importante que é a retomada dos nossos territórios. Primeiro também dizer sobre a necessidade da gente demandar, né, o cessar-fogo em Gaza, porque quando a gente fala da retomada dos nossos territórios, a gente precisa ser solidário a todos os territórios que estão sendo invadidos, que estão sendo atacados e que estão tendo seus povos, tendo os povos sem a sua liberdade de poder ser quem eles são e ter a sua soberania, né? Então, enquanto uma mulher indígena do Brasil, eu queria trazer essa primeira mensagem. E quando a gente fala no Brasil sobre retomada dos territórios, né, a gente não fala retomada da terra, a gente fala retomada dos territórios. Porque para nós, território, ele abrange muito mais coisas que algumas das nossas parentas aí falaram, né? Não é só a nossa terra enquanto espaço físico, é a terra que traz essa relação, essa conexão espiritual, é nessa relação com a cultura do nosso povo e a nossa relação enquanto uma mulher que pertence à terra, que é filha da terra. Meu povo, né, o povo terena, a gente faz parte ali do território do Pantanal, é a região dos umidais, né, como é o que o pessoal fala no inglês, mas a gente chama de Pantanal de Eshiva, é da onde a gente veio, da terra e da água, e, ironicamente, né, lá ela trouxe a questão da alimentação, e eu falo que meu povo, a gente vive a verdadeira ironia do universo, porque nós somos um povo tradicionalmente agricultor, que tem a prática da agroecologia, né, hoje em dia chamado assim, mas a gente tem a nossa própria visão da agroecologia, mas a gente está sendo justamente ameaçado e assassinado e perseguido pelo sistema do agronegócio. Então, essa relação com o nosso território, ela já vem de alguns tempos, desde a colonização, onde a gente defendeu e lutou pelo nosso território, mas mesmo assim, o homem branco nunca reconheceu o nosso devido lugar. E falar sobre isso, né? Então, assim, nosso povo, a gente tem 12 anos já que a gente começou a fazer a retomada dos nossos territórios. Retomamos alguns territórios tradicionais do nosso povo que estavam ocupados por fazendas do agronegócio. Não foi um processo simples, não foi um processo tranquilo e muito menos pacífico, né? Muitas, como a gente sabe na nossa história, nada nos foi dado, tudo foi diante de muita luta, diante de muito suor. E queria trazer o caso do nosso povo, porque quando a gente teve a retomada, muito se falou do papel dos homens, né, em liderar esse movimento, porque apesar dos homens terem tomado a linha de frente nos conflitos, né, de terem ido para a capital, para Brasília, para poder negociar nossa terra, né, retomar nossa terra que nos é de direito, foram as mulheres que ficaram no território, cuidando das crianças, cuidando da terra, cuidando da comida, cuidando da plantação. E quando a gente teve o nosso primeiro encontro de mulheres terena, a gente conversou muito sobre isso e a gente ouviu de uma anciã, né? Por que que a gente está falando sobre isso, sendo que as mulheres não estão fazendo nada, a gente só está cuidando lá da terra? E a gente, né, mais jovem, né, as mulheres mais jovens falando, mas é exatamente isso a importância. E como ela falou, né, um equilíbrio, entendendo que cada um tem o seu papel nessa luta, né? Não é só sobre um lado feminino, um lado masculino, ou dos nossos parentes, né? Timbira, que a gente fala em português não, né? E no Brasil, que são os nossos parentes, dois espíritos. É, queria trazer que eu aprendi desde criança que a gente não luta pela demarcação dos nossos territórios, que é muito falado no Brasil. A gente luta pela nossa soberania enquanto povo, porque no Brasil a demarcação dos nossos territórios, apesar de ser um direito nosso reconhecido na Constituição, ele ainda nos deixa na mão do colonizador. O nosso território ele não nos pertence, a gente não tem soberania sobre eles, ele pertence ao governo. E é exatamente por conta disso, por conta dessa fragilidade da lei brasileira, que hoje a gente tem enfrentado processos de marco temporal, que quer tentar remover os nossos direitos, e também a exploração dos nossos territórios pela mineração, pelo agronegócio, e por hoje dita transição energética, que não acaba sendo justa. Então, nesse caminho para a gente andar para a COP30, né, nossa parente falou, é um fracasso, e sim, realmente, né, essas pessoas não deveriam estar tomando decisões sobre o nosso futuro, essas pessoas não deveriam estar tomando decisões sobre o nosso território, porque foi justamente elas que trouxeram ao nosso planeta essa catástrofe global que a gente está vivendo. Como é que pode ser essas mesmas pessoas que nos trouxeram para essa catástrofe serem as pessoas que vão tomar as decisões para as soluções do planeta que a gente precisa? Às vezes eu falo muito rápido, perdão a tradutora se eu estiver falando muito rápido, mas eu só queria deixar por último, que no Brasil a gente tem colocado que a demarcação dos territórios é uma solução climática, porque os nossos territórios protegidos, eles estão com a floresta intacta, eles estão com os animais, né, protegidos também, as águas, e isso é a solução que o planeta realmente precisa. A gente retomar os nossos conhecimentos, as nossas práticas, mas também trazer a ciência indígena como um papel, como a solução que a gente precisa. A ciência indígena não pode ser desmerecida apenas como um conhecimento tradicional. A ciência indígena já vem avisando há muitos anos que o nosso território e que nossas práticas são a solução para a gente adiar o fim do mundo. Então, falar em COP30 e esse caminho até lá, a gente precisa que as mulheres indígenas tenham mais espaço de voz, que a gente esteja participando nas tomadas de decisão e que esses homens brancos colonizadores comecem a repensar e mudar o pensamento. Porque sim, todo mundo tem uma função nesse mundo, mas se a gente não abre espaço para que outras pessoas possam participar e refletir sobre o passado que nos trouxe até esse momento do presente, a gente não vai ter as mudanças necessárias, e aí a COP30 realmente vai ser mais uma grande falação desses países que realmente não estão fazendo nada para a mudança, porque afinal de contas, se gastam trilhões em guerra e ninguém está querendo fazer um comprometimento de realmente financiar a transição justa que o planeta precisa. É isso.
Kylie, thank you so much for your words, and thank you for taking the time to be with us all the way from Brazil. And thank you for being the present day spokesperson, not the only spokesperson, but a spokesperson of your nation. We're in a time where we're having a rapid change on our Mother Earth. And I do believe that humanity will learn incredible lessons, but how we learn those lessons, how quickly we learn those lessons, and the direction we ultimately take as a species will largely depend on how we in this room act today, and beyond this room as well. And it will largely depend on how Indigenous peoples stand up at this time to give the world the wisdom that it's asking for, and to help to steer and guide humanity using our cultural compasses that we have carried from our ancestors. And so the way that you're standing up today, Tylee, is a part of that, a big part of how we pivot as a species towards a new path. Whether we will make that pivot before complete catastrophe, during, or after remains to be seen. But I do know that as Dene people, we have been through multiple worlds that were destroyed. We are not strangers to catastrophe. We are not strangers to upheaval. In fact, none of us are ancestrally, I don't think. And as I said, the beautiful thing about Indigenous peoples in Turtle Island is that we metabolized catastrophe. We turned it into a launch pad of understanding and a launch pad of change and evolution as societies. So I'm really grateful that you, Tylee, are holding the fire with all of us around the world, Indigenous women, to give the light, to guide the world in as far as they're willing to be guided, in as much as they're willing to be guided. And I just really appreciate your presence, and I'm looking forward to working with you until we're old and gray, to support this big shift in our history as not just as Indigenous peoples, but as humanity, and not just as humanity, but as life on Earth. And again, it really will depend on how we show up in these next few decades, these next few years, the next few months. So keep standing up, all of you listening. Keep standing up, keep doing your thing, and keep throwing your pebble in the pond to create your unique ripple, and let that ripple be love. Let that ripple be courage. Let that ripple be humility, and let that ripple be generosity, so that we can do our small part in this great change, this time of great change, to steer this ship, hopefully, towards a really good direction. I'm going to turn it over now to Pluma Barbara Moreno Torres. She's an Indigenous activist with Centro de Apoyo Mutuo, Jíbaro Lares, and Movimiento Indígena Jíbaro in Puerto Rico. So the Center of Mutual Support for Jíbaro Lares and the Indigenous, or the Jíbaro Indigenous Movement in English is what that would be called. We're so honored to have you here from WECAN, the indigenous lands of Taino relatives, and all of the revolutionary, beautiful spirit that that island holds. So thank you for being here.
Muchas gracias. We'll be speaking in Spanish. So I want to speak in Taino, but it will be a little bit complicated, so we can speak in Spanish and you can move to that translation. Bueno, muchas gracias. Gracias por la presentación. Vamos a apagarla. Bueno.
Pluma, are you okay? We don't see your video. Oh, there you are. Okay.
Estoy tratando de apagar la traducción.
Oh, yeah.
Original.
Yeah, okay.
Bueno. Gracias, disculpen. Pues muchas gracias por la presentación, compañera. Mi nombre pues es Pluma Bárbara Moreno. Además de lo que compartió, yo represento la organización del pueblo indígena Canjíbaro de Boriqué. Nosotros pues somos la nación jíbaro, boricua, taíno. Tenemos muchos nombres porque somos muy antiguos. Todos esos nombres hacen referencias al pueblo originario de Boriqué. Es el nombre, el nombre antiguo, el nombre real de lo que se conoce colonialmente como Puerto Rico. Nuestro territorio está ubicado en la isla, en el Caribe antillano. Y importante remarcar desde ya, ¿verdad?, que seguimos siendo desde 1493 una de las últimas colonias ilegales del mundo, ¿verdad? Entonces, desde ahí me gustaría comenzar esta intervención compartiendo que para nosotros, para los pueblos originarios del Caribe, rematriar, restituir tierra y territorio es esencialmente soberanía. Para nosotros no es solo, ¿verdad?, la devolución de tierras, también es la devolución de la dignidad, de la memoria, de la libertad y el derecho histórico a existir con autonomía, con libre determinación en estos propios territorios. Solo en nuestro entorno diríamos que es así, ¿verdad? Desde nuestra realidad histórica, es una acción política radical y ancestral, lo que será la rematriación para nosotros, ya que es justicia para los pueblos indígenas, nosotros como pueblos originarios que hemos sido desarraigados por siglos de colonialismo. Han sido 533 años buscando cómo reivindicar espacios, nuestra soberanía, nuestra autonomía y nuestro derecho a la libre autodeterminación. Entonces, desde ahí me gustaría compartir concretamente nuestra experiencia caribeña como ejemplo histórico, ¿verdad?, ya que las demás compañeras pues abordaron muy bien el tema y notaron puntos importantes que reivindican lo que es rematriar y lo que es el movimiento de restitución de tierras. Pero a mí me gustaría entonces hablar un poquito del caso de nosotros, por ser la última colonia, ¿verdad?, una de las colonias ilegales bajo el gobierno de Estados Unidos, y por haber sido uno de los pueblos originarios, diríamos, básicamente el boriquén y nosotros como pueblo originario jíbaro taíno fuimos el primer territorio de Via Yala en ser invadido por el Imperio Europeo y siendo aún una ocupación hoy colonial vigente, ¿verdad? En una de las últimas colonias del planeta bajo la dirección o bajo el control directo del Congreso de Estados Unidos. Es decir, que nosotros, como pueblo originario, no tenemos soberanía, carecemos de autonomía y esta falta, ¿verdad?, de reconocimiento ha permitido que nuestro territorio todavía al sol de hoy pues se siga practicando, al igual como los territorios de las compañeras acá. Etnocidio, ecocidio, explotación, minería, militarización, y lo tengo enlistado porque la verdad es privatización, desplazamiento y destrucción de ecosistemas, de nuestros ecosistemas, todo bajo el discurso del desarrollo. Y por supuesto, violencia de todos los derechos humanos, naturales, existentes. Sabemos que en territorios colonizados el despojo es no es una excepción, es la norma histórica. Se nos roban las montañas, las costas, los bosques, los ríos, criminalizando también nuestras prácticas ancestrales, que es toda una realidad que podemos decir que no es separable, ¿verdad? Es inseparable de la crisis climática actual, que no es natural. Esta vez hablamos de cambio climático, pero antiguamente los cambios climáticos se daban de un proceso natural de limpieza, ¿verdad? De evolución del entorno, de la tierra, del territorio, de la naturaleza, de nuestros espacios. Pero lo que hay ahora es una crisis climática creada por la infraestructura de los gobiernos imperiales y coloniales, ¿verdad? Así que es un modelo colonial, mercantil y patriarcal, que no se nos olvide eso, que nos desconectó de la tierra y desalentó nuestras estructuras matrilineales. Y ahí es que el punto que me gustaría enfatizar. Entonces, al marco de esta asamblea de mujeres, quisiéramos que reafirmemos que nuestras sociedades han sido históricamente matrilineales, en contraste con esas políticas coloniales, capitalistas, patriarcales obviamente, que hoy vulneran nuestros cuerpos y territorios futuros. Debemos reflexionar, ¿verdad?, que por más de 8 milenios, para decir un número, nuestros pueblos originarios organizaron sociedades sofisticadas. Somos desarrolladores de las civilizaciones, resguardamos los ecosistemas naturales y humanos con tecnologías limpias, regenerativas, sustentables, humanas, ¿verdad? Mientras que en menos de 500 años, para ser exacto, 533, ¿verdad?, los gobiernos y su modernidad colonial han contaminado y destruido ecosistemas enteros, que por esto y por este legado que hoy reivindicamos las mujeres hoy en este espacio y los pueblos originarios, no es solo, la rematriación no es solo ambiental, es un asunto político, social y espiritual de vida y muerte, ¿verdad? Y a pesar de esta ausencia forzada del liderazgo de mujeres indígenas como todas las que están aquí, también dos espíritus también, incluir, a pesar de esa ausencia de nuestro feminismo y espiritualidades y de los gobiernos, la fragmentación de los gobiernos, la fragmentación de la memoria colectiva y justicia, el saqueo del racismo estructural se ha mantenido, ¿verdad?, durante este tiempo, aunque nos hemos mantenido nosotros y hemos continuado defendiendo nuestros derechos, defendiendo el equilibrio global que nos pertenece a todas y a todos. Y aunque el hecho de que somos quienes más sentimos, ¿verdad?, como ya lo dijo una compañera, somos quienes más sostenemos, quienes más recibimos esas repercusiones de la crisis climática, de la violación sistémica, de la violación estructural, todavía seguimos siendo nosotras las que continuamos respondiendo, las que continuamos siendo la primera línea, las que seguimos restaurando, las que nos transformamos y buscamos una vía para continuar reivindicando la ancestralidad y nuestra tradición, nuestra cosmovisión matrilineal. Es por eso, ¿verdad?, Y además, desde este cuerpo, ¿verdad? Reconociendo que nuestro cuerpo es el primer territorio que defendemos como mujeres, es el primer cuerpo que pasa por ese extractivismo colonial. Sigo haciendo referencia a nuestro territorio. Hacemos un llamado asumiendo nuestro rol de liderazgo. Y no solo en nuestros entornos comunitario y social, sino en los escaños políticos decisionales de los territorios. Es importante que vayamos ocupando todas esas posiciones políticas para poder reivindicar y traer, ¿verdad?, nuestra cosmovisión matrilineal y poder defender la tierra y el territorio. Restaurar los sistemas matrilineales es una urgencia política, es ambiental, es civilizatoria, incluso civilizatoria, porque lo que está en juego no es solo el futuro de nuestro pueblo, sino el de toda la humanidad, y eso lo reconocemos nosotros como pueblos. Entonces, a la luz, ¿verdad?, de todo esto que hemos conversado, y para no repetir varias de las cosas que han dicho las compañeras acá, me gustaría celebrar y terminar, ¿verdad?, mi participación con invitarles a celebrar y compartirles una gran victoria desde este territorio en disputa, ¿verdad?, desde Borica en Puerto Rico, donde hemos, ¿verdad?, reivindicado el principio ancestral y político de rematriación y impulsando desde adentro un acto de autodeterminación y soberanía. Entonces les cuento que el pasado, apenas este sábado, ¿verdad?, que pasó ahora, el pasado 21 de junio, durante el solsticio de verano, marcamos un precedente histórico, rematriando más de 306 acres de tierra ancestral, 306 acres. Una acción liderada por una alianza de mujeres, la Alianza de Pueblos Originarios de Borique, conformada por 4 organizaciones, de las cuales yo formo parte de ella, volviendo a reivindicar, ¿verdad?, que somos las mujeres quienes llevamos este liderato y quienes debemos mantener ese liderato. Claro, porque sabemos atender estos procesos desde la equidad, desde la sostenibilidad y de la igualdad. Ese mismo día que anunciamos esta rematriación de tierras para nuestro pueblo boricua, jíbaro, taíno, ancestral, establecimos también el primer fideicomiso de tierras indígenas, agrícolas y comunitarias de la nación boricua. Una herramienta legal y espiritual para proteger, sanar y devolver las tierras a quienes pertenecen. Esto no fue un gesto simbólico, es bueno, ¿verdad?, remarcar, es un territorio recuperado, es una soberanía ejercida y autodeterminación puesta en práctica frente a un sistema que históricamente nos ha negado todo. Entonces, por eso decimos que hoy venimos por todo. Con esto, pues queremos reivindicar, ¿verdad?, desde nuestro pueblo indígena jíbaro taíno boricua, que nuestra solidaridad siempre está y estará con la lucha por la soberanía de todos los territorios y pueblos oprimidos, mirando a la creación de alianzas de hermandad y liberación. Con eso dicho, llamamos a las ancestras y que sigan viviendo las mujeres y los pueblos indígenas, los espíritus y afroindígenas del mundo. Gracias.
Súper, súper bonitas tus palabras. Muchísimas gracias. Very, very empowering, and I appreciate you so much. So we have some time to go through our wonderful sisters here, panelists, one more time. And I had a quick question for each of you briefly. And Brianna, we can start with you if you'd like, if you're available, if you're there, and no worries if not. But my question is, what is 1 or 2 things that our listeners here today can do to support Indigenous peoples, Indigenous knowledge, and land back? Knowing that many people listening are themselves Indigenous as well. But yeah, what are 1 or 2 things that we can do to support Indigenous nations, Indigenous knowledge, and or land back?
That was a great question. Thank you. I I changed the view on my Zoom, and then I'm like just the big picture like in the middle now. So it made me nervous. But I think Indigenous leaders um and supporting Indigenous-led movements is essential. I think for myself, like something that I'm doing is going to therapy and just really reflecting on why I am the way I am or how I am in relationship with other people, and how intergenerational trauma has affected me. I think it's really good to be patient with people and really understanding that and being able to educate yourself as much as possible on our history. And like moving through life, I think a lot of people are just um, coming to be able to heal from a lot of intergenerational trauma that has happened and ongoing colonial violence. Um, and I think it's extremely important to provide donations or attend events, or using your platforms to raise awareness, supporting initiatives that advocate for the return of the land, especially cultural preservation and Indigenous sovereignty, I think helps create systemic change, for sure. And I think that you can also support Indigenous businesses and artists as a way to empower their communities and promote cultural sustainability. I think the more that I'm immersed in art, I spoke with my psychotherapist today, that I'm a lot more happier and connected to the land, and it creates a little bit of a buffer from being in these colonial spaces, and it just gives me a moment where I feel really grounded. So I think trying to provide moments of joy and space for joy is really, really good. And being mindful of the mental health of Indigenous communities is very, very important. Thank you.
That's a really good point, because I think, like you said, we have to uplift and support Indigenous leaders, but I like what you're saying is like those leaders are humans, and not only are those leaders humans, but those leaders are the spear tip of a lot of intergenerational trauma, massacres, you know, the epidemics, and so much violence and racism. So I love that, you know, to uplift Indigenous leaders and also recognize that we are in our process of healing, and to support that healing as well. It's very true. I mean, I only got sober 13 years ago, and before that I was like very, very unhealthy, and thank God I got sober because I was quite addicted to drugs and alcohol. So it's true. The healing of our leaders is really the healing of our spokespeople and the healing of our communities. That's a really good point. I'm going to ask the same question to you, Janine. What is one or two things all our listeners can do to support Indigenous peoples, Indigenous knowledge, and or land back?
I'm gonna think of it both in a negative and a positive way, like negative being like defense. Be wary of false solutions and of having your energy directed to things that reinforce colonial institutions instead of dismantling them. An example of this, and this may be controversial because I did see people mention it in the chat, but this whole rights of nature and personhood movement that has taken a hold of a lot of people because it sounds right to them. Like, we have rights under these colonial institutions. There are human rights under these colonial institutions. There are international laws against genocide under these colonial institutions. And so I ask people to reflect on that before we think that a pathway for personhood and rights of nature is a solution. And I joke sometimes, I'm like, they're willing to give everything else rights before they honor the rights of Indigenous peoples. But it's true. And then the other thing, and on a more positive way, be fierce and unapologetic and committed to demanding the protection of Indigenous people's rights and exercising those rights. Our inherent collective and unique rights come not just because states honor them, they come because we continue to exercise them. They come because we continue to learn our language, we continue to work on the land, we continue to have ceremony, we continue to pray with one another, we continue to have babies and have joy and create art and create music and evolve in our traditions and in our skills. And so when you think of it that way, and this came from ceremony too, like it may feel like we lose a lot and that we've lost a lot of battles, but the reality is that every time we speak our language, every time we engage in ceremony, every time we do these things that make us our who we are, we win. And when you add that up, we've won a whole lot more than we've lost. And we will continue to do that. No matter how dark the world may seem or how hard things may get, we will continue to have those tools, those skills, those gifts, that medicine that is desperately needed by everyone else. So be unapologetic in exercising that.
Yes, Janine was one of the first people to educate me about how nature-based solutions can be a false solution as well, because we have Shell Oil Corporation having its whole nature-based solutions program where they're planting a couple mangroves and then saying, well, we're offsetting decades of, exploitation of earth and people because we have a program now. And it's like sort of sanitizing and greenwashing and yeah, the rights of nature under colonial legal institutions still enforces colonial legal institutions. So thinking about who's giving nature rights and under which umbrella, and are the indigenous peoples who protect those rivers concurrently being given rights to protect their rivers in their ancestral ways, etc. So thank you for sharing that. So we're going on to Taili Terena. What are some ways our listeners, one or two things our listeners can do to support Indigenous peoples, land back, and Indigenous knowledge?
Okay, I will do in English because I know when I speak Portuguese, I speak really fast. Sorry, translators again for that. Is I think the emotions. But I want to bring three things. One, to people blow your bubble of relationships and stories and what are you hearing and getting to know. Because and so in this regard, like follow and support indigenous initiatives and indigenous peoples that are using social media, that are writing books, like and educate a brother and a sister, a friend, a family relative, uh, conscious of consumption. It's what Janine also said regarding with false solutions, because if our territory is being threatened, it's because of those companies that are still investing and exploring nature. So it's about mining, it's about agribusiness again. So don't think you're small to make a difference. What we consume, what we use, it's what feeds this system. So be conscious of that and learn about the story that wasn't told, like decolonize your mind. Our stories are our lives, our peoples are our lives. So don't think the story it's over. Don't think the colonizer when we can still make a difference. So do that. Small steps will make a difference for the planet. Yeah.
Thank you for breaking it down, sister. And Pluma, do you want to give this question a go? What can our listeners do to support Indigenous nations, knowledge, and land back?
Sí. Me gustaría más que nada puntualizar que los derechos humanos ancestrales no son negociables. Que a pesar de que estamos haciendo un ejercicio, ¿verdad? Y en práctica y no simbólico, sino real, de rematriar tierras y territorios. Eso es tan solo una mínima acción que pudiera equiparar toda la explotación y el saqueo por 533 años. Es decir, no hay forma que los gobiernos, los estados o cualquier imperio pueda retribuir a todo el daño histórico hecho. Entonces, eso es importante no olvidarlo, ¿verdad? Y ante eso, siguiendo la línea de la compañera, el primer proceso a quienes escuchan y que son aliados de los pueblos indígenas o de los, ¿verdad? Es importante, el primer paso es la descolonización mental, porque todos hemos pasado por un proceso de invasión, por un proceso de violencia histórica, y decolonizar nuestra mente es el primer paso para poder ejercer cualquier otra acción. Incluso nosotros como pueblos indígenas aún batallamos y aún hacemos el ejercicio de colonial mental para que nuestras acciones no continúen decolonizando procesos. Y haría un llamado también a quienes escuchan que pueden aportar. Es importante reconocer los privilegios. Ante esta capitalización de tierras y territorios, se han construido privilegios, se han construido clases sociales, se han construido unas estructuras de violencia, ¿verdad? De todo tipo. Y es importante reconocer eso y entonces reconocer que hay unos pueblos que tienen intrínsecamente y naturalmente unos derechos a su soberanía, a su autonomía y a su libre determinación. Nosotros estamos trabajando desde WECAN, una escuela, la primera escuela de formación política y saberes ancestrales, porque todo cuanto hacemos como mujeres, como pueblos originarios, cada acto es un acto político. Y cada vez que reivindicamos cualquier acción, que hablamos nuestro lenguaje, que rematriamos alguna tierra, que recuperamos, que reivindicamos nuestras ceremonias o danzas, que cultivamos nuestros alimentos ancestrales, nuestra gastronomía cultural, ¿verdad? Cada acto que hacemos es un acto de soberanía, de alguna forma. Es un acto pequeño de soberanía que se va sumando a ese gran, ¿verdad? Esa gran invocación, en nuestro caso, de tener nuestra soberanía territorial total y completa para poder practicar en plenitud la cosmovisión de nuestros pueblos, que entendemos la solución para estas crisis climáticas y para acabar con la violencia estructural y sistémica. Gracias.
Thank you so much. I want to also answer that too. And thank you, Pluma, for your words. I have 3-step kind of process. And I'll put it in the chat. It's sort of like a homework for everyone here. And it has to do with, I'll just try to see if I can. Oh yeah, everyone. Okay, cool. So the first one is like, who are the local indigenous peoples of the land you're standing on? Is it the Dene? Is it the Welsh? Is it the Terena? Is it the Karen, Mardusa, etc.? What is an indigenous-led initiative in their community, whether they're still home or in a diasporic place? Like, for example, a lot of people in Texas are like, well, all the native people are gone, so I can't help. It's like, no, actually, they're still here. They're just in Oklahoma because they were pushed there on a death march called the Trail of Tears. So you could still support them even if they're in a diasporic place. And then 3 is like, what is one thing that this initiative would like help with when you ask them, if anything? Sometimes they don't even want help, but really getting local and thinking about the local people around you, I think is really important, because I would dare to say, this might be the wrong way to say it, but I would dare to try to say something like, I think we come to belong in a place when and if we stand behind the indigenous peoples of that place. That's how we come to belong, in my view, and to stand not just behind them in our words, but in our deeds, and to be of service to them in a way that they prescribe, not in a way that we think they need help. Any other last words, my sisters? We have 2 minutes. Otherwise, we will wrap up early. I'm just so grateful to Brianna Brown, to Janine Yazzie, Taili Terena and Pluma, Barbara Moreno Torres. Thank you guys. Thank you all so much for being here today. Looks like we're all good. We're all talked out. Okay, now let's go do stuff. All right, my prayers are with you. Have a great day, everyone, and thanks so much for allowing our circle to be here.
Vocaciones ancestrales.
Ay, no, thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you so much to Brianna, Janine, Tylee, Pluma, Dr. Lila June. What an amazing group of speakers, Indigenous women leaders. Great moderation, Lila. Really appreciate it and really moved by all the wisdom and leadership that we're hearing from these Indigenous women leaders, and really taking to heart their call to be lifted up as leaders, supported and centered in this discussion. And I couldn't agree more. So really powerful way to end our second day. And thank you all who are in our audience for joining us today, the second of 6 days of the Global Women's Assembly for Climate Justice, Path to COP30 and Beyond. Please be welcome to participate with us over the next 4 days. And just a friendly reminder of a few things as we close out our day. WECAN is also launching a WhatsApp networking platform so that conversations generated at this assembly can carry on into action going forward. The WhatsApp group is a place where you can connect with each other and share your climate justice related work, your research, projects, campaigns, and also find collaboration partners. And the link for that group is in the chat. And also letting folks know that as an organization, you can sign the Assembly's call to action that we're delivering to governments and financial institutions, and that we will be bringing to COP30. So please also see that link in the chat. So with that, thank you for joining us today. And we also welcome you actually to stay on after we close from the live stream, but we will keep the Zoom room open for a little bit. Please join us. We'll have some closing music as we finish out our conversations in the chat. And for this winding down time, we invite everyone to share in the chat something from the sessions today that was important to you, or something you want to take away from the panels today. We'd love to hear from you. And yeah, so we'll leave the chat open for a little bit before we close the Zoom room, and we're signing off from the live stream now, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you. We can stop the recording.